Chapter 179. The texture was crisp and sweet. Luo Peishan felt that he liked it very much after chewing a few more mouthfuls. Girl, where'd you pick it? Do you have more? It was human nature to eat more if you liked it. Didn't I tell you to grab it from the monkey's mouth? At this age, it was rare to have good teeth. The main reason was that grandfather and grandmother were good. Seeing them eat well, the younger generation would be happy. What about the 3-year-old child of a grandfather? It looks fresh. The skin is not broken at all. There is no mark of being wiped. Such a capable monkey is so stupid. How could a girl like you snatch it without any effort? Girl, don't belittle monkeys like this. Be careful that monkeys will come to you in groups. Luo Peishan laughed. The little girl was too tender to tease him. Where are your 2 maids? There were maids guarding the courtyard. There was no reason for her to do it herself. Master, the servants are here. Bai Xiao and Sister He came around from behind the bushes. Sister He was holding 2 branches with the fruit in her hand, and Bai Xiao was holding a bag with a large leaf in her hand. It could be seen that the sisters had a rich harvest in this short period of time, because they already knew what kind of place they were heading to before they left. Jingwan and her 2 servants were dressed simply and tried their best to be as neat as possible. Even Jingwan only wore a string of Buddhist prayer beads on her wrist. As for other accessories, whether it was on her head, body, or even earrings, she didn't have a single one. The 2 sisters climbed the tree to pick fruits and stood there, looking very pretty. All right, the one who was useless was only this old fellow. Perhaps the weak little servant beside him was also included. Even if that was the case, a group of strong, thick-skinned, and coarse grown men are here. How could they let a delicate little girl do such a thing? The 2 sisters were a little speechless. Could they say that they volunteered themselves? Moreover, as maids, they were so immature. Would they be thought that they couldn't serve the girl well and be driven away? He couldn't help but feel angry and nervous. Jingwan didn't care. She smiled and said, Grandfather, Bai Xiao and Sister He were born in a family of hunters. They are used to living in the mountains since they were young. If it weren't for the accident, they might still be the same as before. Climbing trees to fish for eggs, picking fruits, breaking firewood, setting traps all over the mountains and wilderness, drawing bows and arrows to hunt prey, catching fish and crabs in the water. These were all child's play, and they were exceptionally carefree and happy. Luo Peishan understood. If it was due to the slow growth of one's temperament would gradually settle down. Occasionally, one would feel nostalgic when thinking about that kind of life in the past and would basically not have similar thoughts. However, if one was not a child and cut off one's original life due to external reasons and suddenly change from one environment to another, perhaps one would develop an obsession with the past. Normally, one might be calm and collected, but once there was an opportunity, it was inevitable that one would become restless and unbearable. The little girl Luo Peishan had never had any evil thoughts, so she waved her hand. There are no outsiders today. Just play as you wish. They were all from the Luo family. If they played wildly, they wouldn't be afraid of ruining their image. As for the people sent by Jin Xinwang, since they entered the Luo family's gate, then naturally they would be surnamed Luo. It didn't matter if they informed the original master. If you dislike my good grandson for being boorish, then don't marry him if you have the ability. Therefore, Luo Darren's resentment toward a certain person was still very deep. Sister He showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Even Bai Xiao's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Playing is playing, take it easy. Don't hurt yourself. Looking at those hands, it was clear that she had been pampered for a long time. Seeing the people around her happy, her own mood couldn't help but improve. Come, wash the fruits. Everyone have a taste. Bai Xiao went to pick some large leaves and wash them together with the fruits. This was natural spring water, so there was no need to worry about it being dirty. Then, everyone who came out had a share. The others were fine, but Luo Peishan, that manservant, was somewhat flattered. Grandfather, did you mistreat him on a daily basis? Jingwan ate while smiling impolitely. Even if these were all family, but in any case, they were still a group of men. Can't you be a little bit more reserved? Sweeping a glance, they were tactful. Each and every one of them was immersed in eating their own things. From beginning to end, their eyes didn't wander around, let alone stare unscrupulously. Not to mention the original guards, their character was not bad. As the people sent by an E, they knew how to be powerful. After a round of ruthless brainwashing, they knew the way of survival very well. Luo Peishan fiercely glared at the manservant beside him. Useless thing, losing face for him. A grown man. How could he follow him and see some of the world? In the end, he wasn't as generous as a girl who was smaller than him. Really, he had been raised in vain. The manservant was baffled by Luo Peishan's glare. However, because of Jingwan's words, he was somewhat embarrassed. Except for this little episode, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After eating, they continued to follow the direction of the stream. With Luo Peishan's permission, although Jingwan couldn't behave atrociously everywhere like Bai Xiao and Hei Mei. And after all, she was only exercising all year round and was still lacking in some skills, this didn't prevent her from having fun. From this side of the valley, she suddenly saw something on the opposite cliff and jumped over. In short, from the left cliff to the right cliff, and then to the left cliff, there was a pile of messy things such as fungi, fruits, and even herbs. The result was that she seemed to have accidentally forgotten the reason why she came here. Because so far, she had stayed in the valley for more than 2 hours and hadn't dug up a single flower seedling. Or it could be said that Jingwan didn't pay attention to it at all. Although the purpose of today's trip was most likely to be ruined, Luo Peishan wasn't angry at all. Compared to those things, he really preferred to hear his good granddaughter's wanton laughter and see her in high spirits. However, the culprit who drove the animals in the valley was still laughing complacently. Luo Peishan even wanted to cover his face. He couldn't bear to look at his good granddaughter. However, when he thought of the things he did at her age, Lord Luo coughed lightly and calmed down. That was nothing compared to what his granddaughter was doing. It was not worth mentioning at all. Also, because Jingwan and the others explored a wider range, they found some things that others hadn't discovered before. In fact, there were quite a lot of people in this place, including Emperor Lucheng. At the bottom of the valley, on one side of the cliff, there was a paved bluestone road. It was rare to see a situation where only a family came out. Perhaps some ministers or girls came out together. Because of their status, they naturally wouldn't do anything out of line. However, there were quite a lot of people walking along the bluestone road. It seemed lively, but in fact the atmosphere was similar to a group of people strolling in a garden. It was very boring. Probably because he had long been tired of this way, Luo Peishan basically walked along the stream. Large and small stones were scattered and intertwined with each other. This road was definitely not easy to walk on. However, even if he walked at a snail's speed, Luo Peishan was still in high spirits. Jingwan and the others kept crossing, so he didn't worry at all that he couldn't keep up with them. At some point, Jingwan suddenly stopped. Bai Xiao, Sister Hei, listen. Is there a cat's meow? A cat's meow? The two sisters stopped and listened carefully. Both of them were martial artists and had once traversed the wilderness, so they were very sensitive to the movements of the wind and grass in the wilderness. They didn't notice it earlier. After all, even if they were just playing around, they didn't forget their job. Most of their attention was on Jingwan, so when they paid attention, they immediately found their target. It was under two intertwined stones. The sound was weak, and there were bloodstains outside. It was probably injured. Sister Hei stretched out her head to take a look. Miss, it's a mountain fox. Its leg is injured. Mountain fox? Wasn't that a leopard cat? Quickly take it out. The two sisters had seen mountain civet before. Although it was similar in size to a house cat, it was only similar. It was extremely ferocious and wild. Even if it was just a cub, its claws were very sharp. Ordinary ropes couldn't tie it at all. It could bite off the ropes in minutes. As far as Jingwan knew, leopard cats could even bite off iron chains. Therefore, she told Sister Hei to be careful and not hurt herself. Sister Hei was obviously good at dealing with mountain foxes. She easily caught the little thing. Is it still a cub? It looked so small that Sister Hei could easily hold it with 2 hands. It was mainly silver gray. Its chest, abdomen, and the inside of the limbs were white. The spots were black. It looked furry and cute. However, although it was cute, it was very restless. Its claws were waving, and it wanted to turn its head to bite. Unfortunately, it was useless. Its eyes were also exceptionally alert. It's indeed a cub. It's at most 2 months old. However, if it continues to struggle, the wound on its leg will burst open. Bai Xiao said, "What should we do? Is there no way to quiet it down?" Unexpectedly encountering such a little thing and seeing it suffer, she couldn't bear it. Moreover, Jingwan actually had a slight fur fetish. "Miss, Sister Blackie and I have killed a lot of prey in the past, including mountain raccoons. Our father said that these little things are very intelligent. Those who have been hunters usually can't keep them alive. They even reject us when we get close." Jingwan understood. Although she didn't know the origin of this saying, Jingwan still tried to reach out and touch it. It was very amazing that it really settled down a lot. Moreover, its claws tried to reach out to Jingwan. Its small eyes also stared straight at her. Jingwan felt her little heart tremble slightly. She reached out to hold it. Sister Hei didn't refuse, but still controlled its claws to prevent it from suddenly hurting Jingwan. Jingwan was careful not to touch its injured leg. She held it with one hand and pinched its ear with the other. Then, she moved her hand along its head and gently stroked its body. She even comforted it softly. It was really useful. "Bai Xiao, go get some medicine and bandage its leg." Because they were out in the wild, the corresponding things were naturally well prepared. Jingwan kept comforting it. Perhaps it felt her kindness. The vigilance in its eyes faded little by little, and even its sharp claws were retracted. Jingwan was very surprised and asked Sister Hei to let go. Then, except for the injured leg, the other 3 legs were retracted into Jingwan's arms. It looked quiet and harmless. "This mountain fox likes you very much." Jingwan smiled and her eyes curved. It was obvious that the little thing's dependence made Jingwan very happy. So happy. The sudden voice made Jingwan jump in surprise. But because of that familiar voice, Jingwan immediately turned her head. On the Bluestone Road less than 2 zhang away, there was a man dressed simply but still unbelievably handsome. His eyes were as bright as stars as he focused on Jingwan. "Wang Ye, why are you also here?" Li Hanyuan gently hooked his lips. "Because you are here." Even though she knew what kind of person he was, Jingwan's heartbeat still couldn't stop speeding up, and her face was somewhat hot. His sweet talk skills were really maxed out. When he opened his mouth, it was so unbearable. However, this bastard he shouldn't be so flirtatious. Would it kill him to speak properly? He wouldn't die if he spoke properly, because Jin Xinhuang was just telling the truth. He was sincere. Because Jingwan was here, he came. Li Hanyuan took a few steps forward, crouched down at the edge of the Bluestone Road, and extended his hand to her. Jingwan hesitated for a moment before walking forward. The road was at the position of her chest. "Wang Ye, how about you wait a moment?" Li Hanyuan snatched the mountain fox from Jingwan's arms. That place was close to the position of Jingwan's chest. Speaking of which, he still had that honor, but a beast took the lead. Li Hanyuan grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and raised it in front of his eyes, looking at it with slightly narrowed eyes. The little thing first kicked around, and this time, all the fur on its body stood up. Its tail also stiffly stuck up, and it kept making threatening sounds. But in Jingwan's ears, it sounded somewhat pitiful. "Wang Ye, it's injured." Li Hanyuan raised his hand and threw it behind him. Jingwan was startled. Just when she thought that it would meet with misfortune, that small body was firmly caught by the guard behind. Jingwan obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Jingwan cared so much about the beast, Li Hongyuan's heart was naturally unhappy. He actually wanted to directly slaughter that beast. Speaking of which, it was so ugly, there was no value in skinning it. But who let his wifey like it? "Come up." This time, Jingwan didn't refuse. She reached out and put it in his palm. It was still the same touch. It was reasonable to say that it was difficult for a lady from a respectable family to lift her foot and use it as leverage to climb up. It looked very crude, okay? Speaking of which, to get on a carriage, there were 2 ladders. But, as her fiancé, he didn't care, so what else could other people say? So, Even if Luo Peishan happened to see it, he only chose to watch silently. No matter what this living king of hell did, you only need to watch and don't need to talk. He didn't do anything to his granddaughter, so Jingwan just stood beside Li Hongyuan and went to look at the little fellow. Li Hongyuan's eyes were covered with hostility. Originally, he wanted to reach out his claws to Jingwan, but when he met her eyes, he suddenly shrank back. Jingwan was stunned. She was being despised just by turning around. Chapter 180. Jingwan didn't give up and wanted to continue reaching out to hug it. But this time, the little thing directly burrowed into the guard's arms, as if Jingwan was a great demon king, and the person hugging it was its salvation. It didn't even care about its injured leg. Seeing that its injured leg had obviously burst open again, Jingwan hurriedly withdrew her hand and even took 2 steps back. Then, the little thing that was looking at her with its little eyes stopped struggling. Those pitiful little eyes, in Jingwan's eyes, seemed to be extremely happy. Jingwan was heartbroken. Was she so unwelcomed? However, it was clearly fine before, so it definitely wasn't her fault. Thus, those slightly accusing eyes fell on the guard. It's all your fault. At this time, the gaze directed at the little thing fell on an knee, and he complained incessantly in his heart, and his body stiffened. Miss Luo, great aunt, the culprit is behind you. Don't look at me. If you continue to look, Master will definitely chop me up. And he wished he could turn around and run away, but he didn't dare. He could only lower his eyebrows and restrain his eyes, standing motionlessly. Fortunately, Jingwan only looked for a while before withdrawing her gaze. She looked at the little thing with a bit of reluctance, but didn't persist. She turned back and let Bai Xiao treat the little thing's wound. Li Honyuan reached out and touched Jingwan's face. It's that little bastard who doesn't know what's good for him. Jingwan avoided his hand and secretly rolled her eyes at him. There were so many people. Even if you were a prince, you should follow the rules. Her grandfather was still watching from aside. Moreover, once this kind of matter was exposed, the one whose reputation would always be damaged would only be the woman. Even if this matter was not known to outsiders, she felt that this matter shouldn't be known to outsiders. Li Honyuan didn't push his luck and withdrew his hand. If you like it, I'll get someone to get it for you from other places. Kittens and puppies, any breed is fine. If you want something else, it's also not a problem. I remember that there's a kind of sweet fox in the northern snowy mountains. Its whole body is snow white and has a strange fragrance. If you want to raise a fierce one, tiger or leopard, your highness. Jingwan opened her mouth to interrupt him. It's just fate that allowed me to meet this little fellow. Once it recovers, I will naturally release it back into the wild. I will only treat its wounds and will not bring it away. She was not a beast tamer. She could not afford to raise a tiger or a leopard. She was not a beast tamer. She could not afford to play with these big pets. Li Honyuan understood what Jingwan meant. Even if she liked someone, she didn't want to forcefully change someone's fate, even if it was just an animal. This kind of heart was actually somewhat incompatible with the majority of the people at present. Not to mention the high officials and nobles. Even the common people knew that if you had power and influence, you were cut above others. It was a matter of course that you could easily control someone's fate. In his previous life, Li Honyuan also knew that she wouldn't easily kill people. It was just that at that time, he only felt that she was exceptionally compassionate. However, after suspecting Jingwan's origin, he became more and more curious about her initial life. However, this wasn't a matter of urgency. One day, he would let Jingwan take the initiative to tell him. As for those little animals, since Wanwan liked them, naturally, he would satisfy her. When the time came, he would send them to her hands. How could she be so heartless as to throw them away? However, before sending them to her, she must train them well and raise them in front of her. It didn't matter if they were teased by her, but if they dared to pounce on her, they would have to suffer a little. As a result, Jingwan ended up raising a bunch of pets in the future. As a result, the pets were only allowed to touch and hug them. She was the only one that was not allowed to hug them. Jingwan's mood was extremely depressed. It must be said that those little animals clearly liked her very much. When they saw her, they would rub against her feet. In the end, when she stretched out her hand, The speed at which they ran away was as if Jingwan wanted their lives. Of course, this was a story for the future. Let's not talk about it for now. As long as you're happy, said Li Honyuan. Jingwan raised her head and looked at him quietly. He spoke so dotingly and was so thoughtful and considerate. Jingwan suddenly wanted to know where his bottom line was. Even if he treated her as a substitute, this word might not be right. He should just be transferring his affection. Under the circumstances of not giving her his true feelings, why not enjoy it? Because she always believed that feelings were mutual. Then, in addition to love, she could treat him as a close family. She could treat him as well as he treated her well. Because of the barrier between men and women, she couldn't do too much to him now, otherwise it would attract gossip. However, it didn't prevent her from keeping it in her heart until after their wedding. Well, because she didn't give him her love, then she wouldn't have the desire to monopolize him. Then, she wouldn't care about how many women he had. According to what he said just now, as long as he was happy, it was fine. She wouldn't be sad. Jingwan's eyes brightened. She felt that this idea of hers was really too perfect. She didn't need to worry about the purpose of his every time he did something. No matter what he did, what he gave, it would be fine until the day he stopped. Wangya, do you want to come together? I think this place is quite fun. Saying that, she didn't wait for Li Honyuan to respond and jumped down from the place she came up from. As she walked, she turned her head and said, Bai Xiao, take care of the little guy's injuries. Whether you take him back to recuperate or release him, you decide. Following that, she smiled and waved at Li Honyuan. At the age of 22 or 23, in her previous life, many people were still university students. It was the time when they liked to play. Although it could be said that the people nowadays were generally precocious, including Jin Xinwang, who sometimes did things. It seemed a bit willful, even a bit mischievous, but couldn't be denied that he was a mature man. It didn't matter if he played once in a while. Li Honyuan naturally felt that Jingwan's attitude towards him was obviously a lot closer. It was no longer that kind of alienation, restraint, and etiquette. If it wasn't that the change was a bit too fast, he would have suspected that he had waited until the clouds parted to see the moon. Looking at the way Jingwan looked at him, it wasn't that he hadn't seen a woman infatuated with him, but it had nothing to do with Wan's eyes. Right now, he still lacked a tacit understanding with Wan. He didn't know what she was thinking. However, being willing to be close to him could be considered a big improvement. Therefore, without hesitation, he directly followed. Except for Ni, the other guards all followed. However, because Bai Xiao happened to be close, a burst of girl's fragrance entered his nostrils. It made the big man, who didn't dare to casually find a woman because of his special status, feel a bit strange in his body. He actually wanted to directly give this mountain fox to the other party and quickly leave. However, Bai Xiao said hold tight, so he could only continue to stiffen his body. And those brothers who left not only didn't have the code of brotherhood, they also smiled ambiguously at him. These people were destined to not be able to continue to serve their master. They shouldn't expect to marry and have children. Even if they went to the brothel to find a woman, they couldn't do it. If they wanted to marry and have children, there was only one situation: when they were no longer suitable to be a guard. Either they were injured, or, as they grew older, they no longer had the ability to do it. Basically, it was the former. If they really encountered that kind of situation, 9 out of 10 of them basically wouldn't be willing to marry a wife. Because their bodies were seriously ill, it meant that their lives wouldn't be long. Thus, why would they want to harm a good girl? However, if the princess consort wanted to find a husband for her personal maidservant, how could the master not fulfill her wish if she fancied him? It wasn't that they used this kind of method to get rid of their current position. In fact, it was more because this group of old bachelors, who were like their master and hadn't had sex before, suddenly had the opportunity to come in contact with a beautiful girl. The person involved might be shy, but the other brothers couldn't help but feel wretched in their hearts. It must be said that everyone around Li Honyuan was like this. Naturally, it wasn't. There were some special tasks that naturally required special methods. Thus, there were all kinds of special talents. For example, It wasn't normal for there to be experts in the brothel. Because Yi's body was stiff, he strangled the little fellow. That cry was a bit miserable. Bai Xiao frowned and reached out to pat Yi. Why are you holding him so tightly? Loosen up a bit. Then, he let go and was scratched by the little fellow. Not to mention that his clothes were directly torn, he also felt a stabbing pain. Clearly, his arm also suffered a calamity. Unsurprisingly, Bai Xiao raised her head and glanced at him. It was clearly a very dull glance, but he always felt that her left eye had trash written on it and her right eye had thing written on it. He really felt that he had lost a lot of face. The people who had already walked far away didn't care about the undercurrent between the two people. Under Jingwan's leadership, they continued their exploration. Of course, Jingwan didn't forget to turn around and remind her grandfather to be careful. Li Hanyuan also finally gave Luo Darren a look. His eyes were like an ancient well without ripples. On the contrary, Luo Darren was indeed furious, especially since he once said that he wouldn't let his good granddaughter lose her chastity. At most, he would just kiss and hug. Mother wasn't kissing and hugging enough. How many people didn't even see each other before they got married? Therefore, few people looked forward to marrying their daughters and granddaughters into the imperial family. However, Luo Darren wasn't happy at all. The most important point was that this kind of son-in-law and grandson-in-law couldn't be beaten up. Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan running around like a child, but he didn't say a word. He followed behind her very easily. When she wanted to pick something and was unable to do it, he would go forward and help her. As a result, Li Hanyuan completely took over Bai Xiao and little sister Hei's work. Whatever Jingwan said was what it was. Wanya, look, isn't that a tea tree up there? Jingwan pulled his arm and said. Li Hanyuan looked down. It was indeed a wild tea tree. It wasn't very big, but looked verdant and lush. Go get basket. It was fine before, but this time, Jingwan was scared by his tone. It was halfway up the mountain, and the cliff was steep. Wangya, it's too dangerous. This subject's daughter was also a little surprised when she suddenly saw it. I didn't say I wanted to pick it. Aren't there vines on the side? It's easy to go up. It's fine. It's better not. It's really too dangerous. Jingwan shook her head disapprovingly. Li Hanyuan looked at her. Trust me. Jingwan opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She had a feeling that he wasn't referring to the current situation. The basket was quickly brought over. Master, why don't you let this subordinate go down? As a bodyguard, of course, he didn't want to see him in danger. Li Hanyuan turned around and glanced at him indifferently. Say this again when you know how to pick tea. Chapter 181. Just as Li Hanyuan himself said, because of the vines, it wasn't difficult to climb up. Not only was it not difficult, he also maintained a natural and unrestrained grace. Purely in front of his wife, he was a male peacock showing off his gorgeous feathers at all times. Of course, because it was done too naturally, no one thought about it. They only felt that this person was born to be like this. That tea tree was on a protruding rock, and there should be a lot of soil on it. As long as one went up and was careful, there shouldn't be any hidden danger. However, even so, it still made people tremble with fear. There was no other way. The other party's identity was too honorable and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of mishap. Wang Ye, be careful. Jingwan couldn't help but remind him from below. Li Hanyuan smiled. Don't worry. And he waved his hand, and the bodyguard threw the basket up. Li Hanyuan acted very quickly. For the time being, they still couldn't see the quality of the tea leaves. But based on his technique, it really looked like something. Jingwan couldn't help but think, was this really Wang Ye? And his bodyguard more or less had the same thought. Luo Peishan, who rushed over later, was also a little confused. Who could tell him what was going on? I just saw that there was a wild tea tree above, so Jingwan explained rather helplessly. So, a single word from my dear grandson, and you, Prince, are willing to risk your life to fulfill it? Should he blame him for not cherishing himself and causing trouble for others? Or should he be gratified that he cared so much about his good grandson? Looking at the prince who was quietly looking up to pick the tea, even if Jin Xin Wang had a notorious record, but to sincerely do this, there should be very few women who wouldn't be moved. Alas, A grown girl can't be kept at home. Wang Ye, be careful. Jingwan suddenly took 2 steps forward and exclaimed. His bodyguard also uniformly moved forward, as if preparing to be a cushion. Luo Peishan subconsciously raised his head. Someone seemed to have slipped, and his body swayed. If his endurance was slightly weaker, there really was a danger of his heart exploding. Your Highness, why don't you come down first? Jingwan tried to persuade him. Good girl, come down when you're done. It's not much, just a little while. I didn't pay attention just now. I'll be careful, Li Hanyuan said to Jingwan warmly while his hands didn't stop moving. His tone and attitude were simply outrageous. Jingwan decided that when he came down, she must hold him firmly. She did not believe that he would do something that would stimulate people's hearts. It was tiring to meet such a willful and reckless person. Fine, since she was the cause, she chose to shut up. Jin Xinwang refused to come down, so he could only wait for him to finish picking and then use the vines to put down the basket. The one who knew more about tea here was Sir Luo, because he had been an official in the area where tea was produced. He knew the whole process of making tea very well, and he could be considered an expert. Using his hands to pick up a few tender tea tips, he was already prepared to see a pile of too horrible to look at tea tips. But the truth was the complete opposite. Not only were the tea tips similar to each other, they were just right, and the technique was also completely correct. Seeing that Jin Xinwang had already come down, Luo Peishan's eyes were a bit subtle. The truth was, there was nothing that a certain person couldn't do. He not only knew how to do it, he also did it very well. Therefore, when it came to pleasing the Luo family's third young lady, everyone else had to step aside. Seeing that Jin Xinwang had safely landed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, quickly go wash your hands, Jingwan said. Li Hanyuan naturally nodded his head in response. Then Luo Peishan came back to his senses. Looking at his grandson again, his eyes were a bit subtle. How difficult it was to deal with Jin Xinwang. These people were very clear. Lu Chengdi, as his father, had a headache, but in front of his grandson, he was so obedient and well-behaved. Then one day, would his grandson be able to tie up this living king of hell? Getting rid of the #1 scourge for Qi Yuan, it was truly a cause for celebration. No, Luo Darren hurriedly shook off the thoughts in his mind. Luo Peishan picked up a tea tip and put it in his mouth, chewing it. He could almost conclude that the final product of this wild tea would be comparable to the best tea. Then he looked up at the tea tree, somewhat eager to move. If this tea was cultivated, would there be a new kind of tea? But when he thought about how some things would not be the same if they were changed, he dispelled this idea. After that, Jingwan, as she thought before, pulled Li Hanyuan and didn't let him do anything that specifically challenged people's hearts. But fortunately, after that, at most, it would be climbing the tree. At this point, Jingwan felt that even she could do it. With Li Hongyuan's guards, even if Bai Xiao and Hei Mei wanted to do something, it would be snatched away before they could do it. The two sisters couldn't play properly and express their unhappiness. Jingwan, on the other hand, felt like she was watching a play. Wang Ye, these guards of yours don't seem to be right. Their vigor was a bit excessive. Small things like sesame seeds, they would scramble to do it. There was even a tendency to fight. Li Hongyuan, on the other hand, was very leisurely. A grown man can't be kept at home. If he stays, he stays, he stays, and if he stays, he will become an enemy. Jingwan stumbled and almost fell. She looked strangely at Li Hanyuan. A certain person even nodded as if he was serious. Jingwan really wanted to say, Wang Ye, you're nodding carelessly. Do you really understand what I mean? However, when she looked at the guards who were almost petrified because of Li Hongyuan's words, she suddenly felt that these guards of Prince Jin were really miserable. Then, she inexplicably followed Li Hongyuan's words and looked at Bai Xiao and Hei Mei. She had 2 beautiful maids, and there were a few others who didn't come with her. If there were no accidents, she would get married after her coming-of-age ceremony next year. It was not that the Luo family didn't want to keep her, but a certain prince had already become a young man. Before that, only Qing Zhu would get married. Moreover, If he didn't like anyone, Qing Zhu would also be part of the dowry. In fact, it was a good choice for the mistress's dowry made to marry her husband's capable man. For the mistress, it was also one of the ways to gain a firm foothold. However, as the prince's guards, most of them were of good birth. Would they marry a maid who was born a slave? Qi Yuan also clearly stated that people of good birth and low birth were not allowed to marry. Even if their slave status was removed before they got married, they would still be looked down upon most of the time. Isn't it a good match for you to marry your personal maid to one of my subordinates? Wang Ye is joking. Li Hanyuan smiled non-committally. This group of people under him, if he really let them marry the people around Wan Wan, he was afraid that they would fight over it. Which one of them didn't know that Jing Wan treated the people around her well? When Wan Wan entered Jin Qin Wang Fu, she was the one who held the absolute power. TSK, not to mention the head maidservants who served close to her. Even the second and third-ranked maidservants would fight to marry her. Of course, those people wouldn't be those close to him fighting over her. In such a big Jin Qin Wang Fu, there were hundreds of servants. There are too many monks and too little gruel. Be smart, don't say that I, as your master, didn't give you a chance. The group of guards looked at each other in dismay. Then, what their master meant was right? Thus, after that, Bai Xiao and He Mei's sides were not quiet anymore. Jingwan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Were these really the group of guards with a poker face? They were clearly amusing people who were trying to curry favor. Okay? Jingwan actually wanted to say, why didn't you learn a few moves in front of your master? Wang Ye, the maids by my side are also young and fair ladies. Don't worry, they know what they are doing and won't do anything overboard. Now, they're all on the same side, so they won't damage their reputation and won't implicate you. Luo Darren suddenly snorted, like master, like subordinate. They are of the same origin. Li Hongyuan was very thick-skinned. Ben Wang's subordinates act like outsiders, so Ben Wang doesn't need to mingle. Speaking of which, Lord Luo was originally quite happy, but ever since a certain someone appeared, he felt that it was incomparably painful to the eyes. Even if that certain someone did not do anything to his good grandson, at his age, he still felt embarrassed, and this was with him. Then, without the Luo family's elders, how much would his good grandson be bullied? Jingwan was embarrassed. She glared at Li Hongyuan, opened her mouth, and sent him 2 words with her lips. Shut up. Lass, come here. Grandfather can't walk anymore. Help grandfather. Knowing that it was an excuse, Li Hongyuan glanced at the servant who was in charge of serving him. However, Jingwan quickly tugged at him. Her meaning was obvious. Shut up, shut up. Then, she quickly walked to Luo Darren's side and held his arm. Luo Darren glanced at Li Hongyuan with some pride. His expression was so good that Jingwan saw it and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. He was like a child who had won a candy fight. It was not ordinary childish. Luo Darren's image. Even so, there was still someone causing trouble. TSK, I can keep it for a while, but I can't keep it for a lifetime. I can keep it before marriage, but can I keep it after marriage? His casual words made Luo Darren so angry that he almost vomited blood. He almost couldn't control his temper and spat. However, if Luo Darren was angered, even if he was a prince, he would not let it go so easily. Then, Luo Darren's sage's teachings was activated again. After speaking for a long time, he saw that Li Hongyuan seemed to be speechless like the others. He stroked his beard proudly. Jingwan didn't know what words to use to describe it. However, according to her little understanding of a certain someone, it was impossible for him to be finished like this. Even if he was temporarily defeated, he would probably find another way to make up for it. However, it was obvious that everyone had underestimated Li Hongyuan. Is Luo Darren done? Then it's this prince's turn to speak. Thus, in the same way as Luo Darren, he cited the classics, the words of the ancient sages, and added his own fallacies. It was a long and eloquent speech without any repetition. Whatever Luo Peishan reprimanded him just now, he returned it 3 times over. Those who didn't know would think that he was a famous scholar, or the very young, handsome, and confident kind. You, Luo Darren pointed at him with a trembling finger. This bastard hit it too well. It was fine if he was scheming, but his knowledge was also so good. How could he let others live? Chapter 182. Jin Xinhuang expressed that if he didn't want people to live, there really weren't many who could survive. The defeated Luo Darren was a bit dejected and didn't want to continue moving forward. Looking at Jin Xinhuang's group, he was annoyed. In any case, they had been out for a long time, so they might as well return home. With Luo Peishan and a group of people who didn't want to do it, Li Hanyuan also couldn't get close to Jingwan. Thus, it didn't matter if they went back now. Moreover, if Luo Peishan wanted to go back, Wanwan would definitely listen to him and not listen to him. This was probably something that made a certain someone very dissatisfied. But there was no way to forcefully change these. It could only be done slowly, step by step. One day, a certain someone would make his heart say, "Listen, husband." In reality, there was no need to haggle over who would listen to whom. After returning, Li Hanyuan didn't return to the temporary residence, but went directly to the Luo residence. Even if he was vaguely sent off, a certain someone was thick-skinned and completely pretended not to hear. But the other person was a Wangya. Don't talk about driving him away. Even if it was a carriage, he could only sullenly walk behind. Jingwan refused to be in the same carriage as him and was still appeasing the very angry Luo Darren. Jingwan was also amused. Truly an old child, an old child. Even if grandfather was doing well in the officialdom, it couldn't change the fact that he was sometimes very childish. He wasn't narrow-minded and couldn't bear to see the younger generation stronger than himself. How could he be angered by Jin Xinhuang like this? It was said that this happiness or anger was because he cared. Could it be that grandfather actually cared a lot about Jin Xinhuang? Also, in any case, he was her future husband. As long as this kind of anger didn't really hurt his vitality and was full of vigor, perhaps he could be angry from time to time? Jingwan mischievously thought. Because Wangya had graced them with his presence, old Madame Luo naturally had to bring people to personally welcome him. However, Sun Yijia was still being raised and was a female of the same generation, so it was understandable that she didn't come out to welcome him. But Sun La Foreign had already left. Because Li Hanyuan didn't use the Wangya's honor guard, the whole process was just for show. He had already said that they were family, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. Since he didn't stand on ceremony, there was naturally no need to stand on ceremony with him. Everyone knew what Li Hanyuan was here for. However, they still left Luo Jingbua to entertain the guests. As for Lord Luo, he said that he was going to make tea and had no time to pay attention to him. Li Hanyuan didn't care about such a lack of manners at all. Luo Jingbua, who was left behind, felt very uncomfortable. This person's target was obviously his little sister and completely ignored him. He really wanted to slip away, but as an elder brother, he couldn't feel at ease leaving his little sister alone with a living hell. Thus, he could only brace himself and endure. However, the more he sat, the more awkward it became. Not to mention that Jin Wangye didn't even give him a single glance. From beginning to end, that gaze was on Jingwan's body, gentle and affectionate. It made him, who was already married, feel unbearable. Luo Jingbua even had a feeling that if Jin Wangye didn't admire his little sister, he would rather die. Although, as an elder brother, it was natural for anyone to admire their little sister. But when this person changed to Jin Wangye, it was still a bit unreal. Jingwan saw that her elder brother was clearly sitting on pins and needles, but still refused to leave. She was also helpless. Third brother, go and see sister-in-law. There were so many people here, Jin Wangye couldn't possibly do anything to her. Luo Jingbua was about to sternly refuse. Wangye was a guest. How could he neglect him? Third brother, go. Not to mention that you didn't neglect him. It was that he didn't pay attention to you at all. Then, Wangye finally gave Luo Jingbua a look, still not leaving. Luo Jingbua silently got up and left. Seeing that Luo Jingbua seemed to have suffered a blow, Sun Yijia was quite surprised. What happened? Luo Jingbua showed a hopeless expression and shook his head. Sun Yijia raised an eyebrow. Jin Wangye already left? No. Sun Yijia's eyes turned. At one Mimi's place? Luo Jinghua glanced at her and didn't say anything. However, Sun Yijia understood his gaze don't ask, don't want to say. If he didn't want to say, then all the more she had to ask. She was bored right now. Her brows wrinkled, showing a worried expression. Could it be that something happened? Of course it's nothing. What could happen? But Jinghua, it's clearly written on your face that something happened. If you don't say, wouldn't it make me more worried? She was currently avoiding worrying, anxious, angry, and other emotions that would harm her body. Don't think too much, I'll tell you. Sun Yijia immediately showed a bright and beautiful smile. How could Luo Jinghua not understand? She was sure that he would do whatever she wanted. Yua. He was completely at his wits' end now. But there was one more person. Actually, it's really nothing. Luo Jinghua just told her about his future brother-in-law's attitude towards his younger sister. He only stated it from an objective point of view. There was no emotion at all. After Sun Yijia finished listening, she was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Isn't that a good thing? In the past, when Jin Wangya doted on someone, it would always cause an uproar. But now, even if he gets close to Wan Mimi, it's in private. Those who know are his own people, so he doesn't have to worry about ruining Wan Mimi's reputation. Wan Mimi is married and will be the Zhengfei. To be able to obtain Jin Wangya's affection, it's naturally far better than his indifference and even disgust. You're right. I just can't stand that feeling of being completely unnecessary. Sun Yijia looked at him teasingly. If you can't stand it, why didn't you leave earlier? You're still worried that Wan Mimi will be bullied? This is the Luo family's temporary residence, and there are so many people serving here. So you're asking for it. Luo Jinghua was speechless. Wasn't he asking for it? He clearly knew that he wasn't welcome, yet he insisted on being a hindrance. Didn't he see that his grandfather, the head of the family, had already slipped away? No matter what, he didn't have the qualifications to entertain the Wangya. Now that he thought about it, his grandfather wanted him to stay. It wasn't to let him entertain guests at all, but more to cause trouble for Jin Wangya. Grandfather Darren, you clearly know that it's a pit that you don't want to step into, but you shouldn't push your own grandson inside. In the end, Li Hongyuan wouldn't let Jingwan lose face in front of the servants. So, even if his heart was extremely eager, his words and actions always restrained themselves and abided by etiquette. Sometimes, he still felt that the days were passing too slowly. Thus, after the meal in the Luo family, Li Hongyuan returned to his own residence. That's right, he didn't live in the temporary residence. Among the princes, only he had his own courtyard in the temporary residence and his own residence outside the temporary residence. These two places were naturally properly taken care of. Outside the gate of the residence, there was a carriage parked, although there was no sign, but the subordinates still recognized it at a glance. It was the Ruan family's carriage. Li Honyuan heard this from inside the carriage, but his eyelids didn't even lift. There was no need for him to say it. The subordinates already knew what to do. After all, this was the Wangya's residence. It wasn't a place where any random cat or dog could stay. Just as they were about to drive them away, the person in the carriage had already come down and walked straight towards Li Hongyuan's carriage. Obviously, it was a woman wearing a veil, but she carried a baleful aura that made Li Hongyuan's bodyguards somewhat fearful. They looked at each other in dismay. This Ruan family's woman wasn't crazy, but instead, she was like a malicious spirit preparing for revenge. Should it be said that she was worthy of being a woman who dared to fearlessly like the person that others avoided? However, when strength and courage matched, it was called arrogance. Having courage without matching strength was called foolishness. Logically speaking, when a minister with great power clashed with a powerless prince, the prince would usually be the one to retreat. However, this rule didn't apply to Li Honyuan. When Ruan Fangfei was still one zhang away from the carriage, she was stopped by a bodyguard. "Miss, please leave quickly." Ruan Fangfei, however, had a cold look. She didn't care and forced her way forward. The bodyguard directly pulled out a knife and placed it on her neck. It was slightly painful. She didn't need to touch it to know that there was definitely blood. It was obvious that if she dared to take another step forward, she would die on the spot. She was very clear that in the current situation, even if she was really killed, she would only die in vain. Because as long as she was casually accused of a crime, her parents wouldn't be able to avenge her. Moreover, if she lost her life, what was the point of revenge? Today, she just wanted to confirm one thing, not to throw away her life. She wanted to live and live well. However, her heart, which had long been eroded by evil spirits, no longer had the slightest concealment. Li Hongyuan, how dare you? The knife unrestrainedly went down a bit. However, she didn't have the same confidence as before when facing Li Hongyuan. She hated him so much that her teeth chattered. This subject only has one thing that she doesn't understand and wants to ask Prince. As long as Prince gives this subject an answer, this subject will immediately leave. After a long while, a voice finally came out from the carriage. There was only one word: scram. Ruan Fangfei clenched her fists. One must know that the injury on her palm hadn't healed yet, but she didn't seem to feel any pain. If this subject doesn't get an answer, I won't die in peace. Li Hongyuan finally showed mercy and came out of the carriage. He looked at her condescendingly without the slightest emotion, as if he was looking at an insignificant insect. Whether you die or not, what does it have to do with this prince? Although she had long realized that she had no place in his heart, when he said these words, her heart still hurt to the extreme, as well as the hatred that went deep into her heart. Although her love for Li Hongyuan might not be pure, it couldn't be denied that he was the only man who moved her heart. Since he was the only one, it was naturally engraved in her heart. Looking at that incomparably handsome face, that cold aura, just looking at it seemed to make one's heart beat faster. This man was dissolute and fond of beauty, but in fact, he wasn't a warm person. Under normal circumstances, he was very cold to people, even to the point of being taciturn. She originally thought that he would be like this for the rest of his life. Even if there was a change, it would be her who made him change. However, she saw that he was like an ordinary man who was gentle to the woman he admired. But that person wasn't her, not her. Ruan Fangfei suddenly laughed sinisterly. This subject's daughter won't die in peace. I'm afraid that I will become a malicious spirit and then pester a slut named Luo Jingwan day and night. Ruan Fangfei swallowed back the words she was about to say. This was because Li Hongyuan had suddenly gotten off the carriage and rushed forward to grab her by the neck. He did not show any mercy at all. The only part of her face that was exposed to the outside instantly turned red. The color of blood slowly faded and turned a little purple. Her hand wanted to pry his hand away, but it was tightly clamped by his guard, unable to move. The shadow of death had never been so close to her. She suddenly regretted it. Against this man, she had no chance of winning. So why did she come looking for him? Wasn't it a question that was like a fishbone in her throat? Could it be more important than her life? The sound of horse hooves was abnormally hurried. Your Highness, please be merciful. The old and young couple almost crawled out of the carriage. With Li Hongyuan's guard stopping them, they could only kneel on the ground and kowtow several meters away. Li Hongyuan used a little more strength. Do you think that if you die, you will have the chance to become a ghost? Even if you have that ability, after dying once, this prince naturally has a way to make you die a second time, and die very thoroughly. Ruan Fangfei couldn't say anything for a while. She just stared fixedly at Li Hongyuan, her mouth opening and closing, letting out an inaudible low and hoarse voice. You have been using me to get rid of your fiancés? So what? If you didn't have this little bit of value, based on your buzzing around this prince like a bedbug, would this prince let you live until now? Just for that woman from the Luo family? Li Hongyuan, how dare you, how dare you? Ruan Fangfei's eyes were red, and her voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Because she was shouting with all her strength, she felt a burning pain. Li Hongyuan paused for a moment, and his eyes were filled with hostility. You're not that stupid. Ruan Fangfei shivered. No matter how powerful a ghost was, it was still a ghost. How could it be compared to the king of hell? Stop joking. However, he admitted it. He admitted it was all for that woman. Who was he lying to? This matter started a few years ago. At that time, They didn't have any interactions at all. That slut was not even 10 years old. If you don't like those women, just say it. If you don't want to marry them, just say it. In order to provoke me, you go along with my words. Why didn't you listen to me? Ruan Fangfei was still so self-righteous. Li Hanyuan moved closer. This prince is telling you. This prince won't take your life so easily. Everything is just the beginning. But you don't commit suicide because you can't bear it. He threw Ruan Fangfei away and stretched out his hand. Eunuch Mu, who had been waiting respectfully at the side, hurriedly handed him a brocade handkerchief. Li Hanyuan carefully wiped his hand and then threw it away. It happened to fall on Ruan Fangfei, who was lying on the ground. Lord Ruan, please take care of your daughter. She is already Uncle Zhong's woman. Not only is there a difference between men and women, but she can also be considered half of this prince's elder. It's fine if she lost her chastity, but if she also messed up her morals, she can find anyone to blame, but don't put it on this prince. Ruan Ruizong knelt on the ground and shivered. He was angry, and perhaps resentful. I've already said that she's a restless person. She's already made a scene in the capital, and it's the same today. She doesn't take good care of herself, but runs out all day. Perhaps I should remind Uncle Prince Zhong to send someone to properly train her. Even if she's a side consort, she's still half a daughter-in-law of the imperial family. With her like this, even if your Ruan family doesn't find it shameful, the Li imperial family won't allow her to tarnish it. Chapter 183. Li Hanyuan flicked his sleeves and entered the door. The door closed with a bang. Then, his carriage was also taken away. Madame Ruan quickly went forward and helped Ruan Fangfei up. However, someone was cruel and unscrupulous. She directly slapped her mother's hand away and struggled to get up. Perhaps some people felt that she had been deeply hurt. However, some people saw the coldness and ruthlessness in her eyes. There was also a strong hatred that could not be dissolved, not only towards Li Hanyuan, but also towards her parents. She hated them for being unable to protect her, let alone avenge her. Ruan Rue, who stood up a step later, held his breath. His daughter had been humiliated like this. It was natural for her to hate. However, when she vented her anger on her own mother, how cold was it? When he thought of the suffering she had suffered, he felt extremely distressed. However, when he saw the people around him pointing and thought of the other children and grandchildren's complaints, it caused the whole family to be restless. One of his granddaughter's engagement was broken off, and the other few who were discussing marriage disappeared. He washed his face with tears all day long. His daughter-in-law felt distress for her daughter and was also sad all day long. Originally, he also wanted to take this opportunity to come out and relax and temporarily avoid it for a period of time. After all, there were only a few people who could come to the summer palace. Therefore, there were also many people who came out of the Ruan family. Who would have thought? Since the night before yesterday, the haze that shrouded the family, even he, the head of the family, began to be unable to suppress it. Before coming out, his eldest daughter-in-law led his daughter-in-law and even disregarded their status and requested to separate from the family. Just because of Ruan Fangfei, as the daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law of the Ruan family, they were not even welcomed by their maternal family. The meaning was very clear. Don't bring the child back, lest she lead the maternal family astray. They made it clear to him in tears that they could either separate from the family or collectively hang themselves in front of the Ruan family's gate. In the past, the Ruan family was praised by everyone as a harmonious family. Now, he was not dead yet, but they were beginning to fall apart. In the face of their threats, he was also angry. However, he could not vent his anger on them. When the atmosphere was stiff, a servant came to report that Ruan Fangfei had been out for more than 2 hours. Because she had not returned, they were really worried that something had happened to her. They had no choice but to brace themselves to report. At that time, what they said, she was not in good health, yet she still ran around everywhere. This was the reason why she had caused so much trouble. Outsiders said that she was not content with her family. What was wrong with that? At this time, she still went to find a man. Juan Ruizong naturally knew what the following words were. For the first time, he revealed such a frightening gaze. That daughter-in-law swallowed her words back. However, when she met his gaze, she was not afraid. She even revealed a mocking smile with resentment. If one paid a little attention, there was more than one who had this kind of gaze. For the first time, he realized that in this family, perhaps it was not as harmonious as he thought. The whole family, big and small, did not respect his stepwife as much as he thought. They loved his youngest daughter. The hatred in their eyes was not formed overnight. If they really held her in the palm of their hands, after the incident, they would not be so cold as to put all the blame on her. Even if it was only jealousy of Fang Fei's favor, it would not be just hatred at this time. Juan Ruizong was not stupid. The seeds of resentment had been buried long ago. It was only because of this incident that it burst out. Was it that the Juan family's backyard was similar to other families? It was just that he did not know. But it was not the time to explore this question. Fang Fei was not looking for anyone else. It was Jin Xinwang. Jin Xinwang. Why did she not give up until now? If her heart was not tied to Jin Xinwang, how could she get to this point today? Although some things did not seem to be related to this, Juan Ruizong always felt that the source was here. Moreover, until now, he did not know what happened the night before. Every time he mentioned it, his daughter would immediately cry like a pear blossom bathed in rain. His wife would also cry, saying that his daughter had been hurt so much that he should not let her remember those things. After one or two times, he could only choose to give up. Moreover, because he felt that the matter was strange, it was not good to go to Zhong Qinwang to reason. This kind of thing, if it continued, the one who would suffer losses would only be their family. Even when Juan Ruizong first entered the officialdom, he had never felt so tired. But in the end, she was the pearl of his palm that he held in the palm of his hand for more than 10 years. How could he bear to give up just like that? Let's go back first. Should he be glad that he was still the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, still in a neutral position and did not have too many enemies? Otherwise, his situation would not be much better than the rest of the family. Fang Fei, let's go home first. Old Madame Ruan persuaded. Ruan Fang Fei still avoided her hand. Looking at her parents' gaze, it was like looking at an enemy. Why care about me? Wouldn't it be better to let me die? Juan Ruizong suddenly burned with anger and directly slapped. Since you want to die, then go die. When this person slapped and said those ruthless words, and then saw the other party covering his face with an expression of disbelief, he seemed to realize what he had done in hindsight. His hand trembled, his lips squirmed. The scene was silent for a few breaths. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Juan Ruizong was a qualified scholar official. He would dote on his wife and daughter. The premise was that the family was harmonious and the Ruan clan was prosperous. But now, to say that he did not blame his daughter who made the Ruan family like this, that was simply the biggest joke in the world. It was just that before, his tender love had taken the upper hand and he himself was not aware of it. Once it exploded, in addition to the disturbance in the family, Ruan Fangfei's mistake would be infinitely magnified. Her position in his heart would drop again and again. Old Madame Ruan probably did not expect it to be like this. But this slap made her heart tremble even more. What kind of man was this man? She was very clear. Juan Ruizong had always been good to her, but she neglected it. Now, it was like a basin of ice water was poured over her head. Even though it was June, it was still cold. Seeing Ruan Fangfei's gaze, it seemed as if she couldn't wait to eat someone. She suddenly covered her eyes and whispered in her ear, "Fang Fei, that's your father. Without him, you are nothing. Without his protection, don't even talk about Jin Xinwang humiliating you. Any random cat or dog can trample on you. It's true that you are his beloved daughter, but compared to the entire Ruan family, you are nothing." Ruan Fangfei pulled away her mother's hand. In her eyes, the ruthlessness disappeared completely, leaving only tears and the grievance after being slapped. "Mother, good daughter, don't cry, don't cry. Your father is only, don't cry." Old Madame Ruan pulled her and chased after them. It was clear that they wanted to sit in the same carriage. After getting on the carriage, Ruan Fangfei directly knelt in front of Ruan Ruizong. Father, daughter is wrong. Don't be angry. Daughter is only. As she spoke, tears rolled down one by one. How could he be so cruel? Father, this is the last time. Daughter will not miss him in the future. In the future, daughter will stay at home obediently and not go anywhere. Can you forgive daughter this time? It doesn't matter if you don't forgive. Just don't be angry and don't hurt your body. Father. Originally, he already regretted that slap. Seeing her like this, his heart naturally softened. Fangfei, father hates really hates. Father, I'm sorry. It's all daughter's fault. Regardless of what happened here, after Li Hongyuan entered the courtyard, Mu Gonggong, who could not go out with him this time, quickly served tea. When Li Hongyuan drank the tea, Master, the person has returned. Let me have a look. Mu Gonggong paused. Master, how can you not look at such a filthy thing? Yes. The person who came back was naturally the person who stayed in the village to deal with the aftermath. And the thing he brought back was naturally the head of some people. It was not the head of an important person. Li Hongyuan wanted to see it purely because he was very bored. In order to be convenient to carry, each head was put in a medium-sized box. Mu Gonggong resisted the nausea. Although he was also the master's lackey, he was a close servant. He had never seen such a thing at such a close distance. After just a glance, he quickly looked away. However, he could not make too big of a movement. There was always a little shadow in the corner of his eyes. The more he wanted to ignore it, the more he could not. He almost had a feeling of collapse. Li Hongyuan's expression did not change. 6 people. It's a big investment. Although Li Hongyuan didn't place his men in the Ruan family's backyard, he still had a basic count of the number of guards who were trained to be secret guards. There were more than 30 of them. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Any more, and it would easily attract attention. Naturally, he didn't bring all of them with him on this trip. After all, many people weren't in the capital, and it was easy to get things done. He only brought 16 of them, which was less than half of the total number. During the assassination, he lost 3, and now he lost 6. That was to say, there were only 7 left. Well, maybe you could count Madame Ruan in. Moreover, there might be some among the maidservants who were trained. If they didn't have these, there was nothing to be afraid of. Old rules, Li Hongyuan said indifferently after hearing about the general situation. Speaking of which, there were over 1,000 people in the village. If they were to kill them openly, no matter how powerful they would only be chopped into pieces. The simplest and fastest way was to drug the water at the right time and then set a fire at night. The geographical location of that place was special enough. Even if half the sky was red at night, no one would know. However, it was a pity that before the medicine could be used, it had already been wiped out. Since they had already started, they would not give up easily. She would lose as many people as she took out, including those who stayed in the capital. Naturally, they would not be spared. Without these people, he wanted to see what that woman could do. Without that woman at the back, Ruan Fangfei would probably be like an ant struggling on the verge of death. After they left, Master, the people in the West have also arrived. https://11/1180/7/6653186. Mobile edition. Chapter 184. With Li Hongyuan's order, the man was quickly brought over. The man who was tied behind his back was blindfolded. He had probably been washed before, so his clothes were clean and tidy. Although he did not take good care of himself, even without looking at his eyes, it was obvious that he was a little dispirited. However, it could still be seen that Zhang Xiang was handsome. Even though he was thin, there was a hint of strength in him. His leg was kicked, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. The man did not resist. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, as if he had finally met his target. He was caught for no reason, and then it could be said that he did not know whether it was day or night. It could be said that the horse did not stop all the way. At first, he roughly estimated the direction, the distance he traveled every day, and thought about who wanted to catch him and why. However, He was thrown on the back of a horse like a sack of goods. He was not young to begin with, so he could not bear such torment. Besides that, those people did not do anything to him, so he was too lazy to think so much. However, the target was still so far away, which was beyond his expectations. The black cloth in front of his eyes was removed. Because it was indoors, the light was not strong. Although he felt uncomfortable, it did not last for long. Then, he finally saw the man sitting on the main seat a few steps away. Then he was stunned. Although he was sitting casually, he reflected his grace and nobility from head to toe. He seemed to be emotionless, but he had a dignified aura. Even if he was only dressed in linen, no one would think that he was an ordinary person. However, what really made the man stunned was not this, but that face. He thought that he had forgotten it. But when he saw that similar face, he realized that not only did he not forget it, but it was more like an indelible mark was carved by a knife day after day. Wah, 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 wah. After being stunned, the man seemed to have broken down. He repeated this name repeatedly, and tears fell like rain. The more he cried, the fiercer he became. He even looked like he was about to burst into tears. His body could not support it, so he bent down and pressed his forehead against the ground. Li Honyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that his previous guess was wrong. He knew that Momo was his birth mother's nickname. This nickname was usually used by people who were very close to each other, such as elders to juniors or between husband and wife. This man's reaction didn't seem like a blood relative. Although he had never heard anyone say it, Li Honyuan knew that his appearance was more like his birth mother's. However, ever since he had grown up and gotten rid of his androgynous appearance, no one had ever said that he looked like a woman. His face was not feminine at all. It was a novel experience to hear someone shout a woman's name at him. However, it was a little annoying to hear a man howling like this. Li Honyuan waved his hand, and the man was carried out. Not long after, he was brought back. He had stopped crying, but from his chest up, everything was wet. It was obvious what had happened to him just now. He was forced to kneel on the ground again, but he couldn't help but stare at Li Honyuan in a daze. Those who didn't know would think that this man was fond of Nan Feng and dared to have designs on Jin Xin Wang. Li Honyuan chuckled. The man woke up as if he was struck by lightning. This person was obviously still the same person. Even his sitting posture hadn't changed, but the feeling that he gave people was different. The power that made people unable to breathe, the thing that was similar to his memory, was smashed to pieces. Terrifying, shocking, it made people tremble in fear. Li Honyuan gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. It seems that you're awake. The man's heart was complicated. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but not a word came out. You should know who Ben Wang is. If he really cared about his birth mother, there was no reason not to know her son. Sixth imperial son, Qin Wang, titled Jin. The man slowly spat out 9 words. Li Honyuan nodded. Then, tell me who you are. Wang Ye did not hesitate to invite this commoner from thousands of miles away. But you don't know who this commoner is? The man suppressed all the emotions in his eyes and became calm, with a who are you trying to deceive look. Li Hongyuan's mood at this time could be considered good and didn't do anything. Not only that, he appeared particularly honest. I really don't know. I thought it was someone from the Pei family. With Li Hongyuan's change of face, the man really couldn't figure out his true temperament in a short time. However, he didn't know what he was thinking. This commoner's surname is Min, given name Yuhan, the present imperial Gui Fei's ex-fiancé. Full of malice. As if they heard something incredible, some of the people listening had numb expressions. Unfortunately, Li Honyuan didn't have any reaction. A little disappointment flashed through the man's eyes. When the present Qin Wang was a Qin Wang, he went to Jiangnan on a mission and fell in love with the daughter of the Pei family. The relationship between the Li royal family and the Pei family has never improved. In addition, the legitimate daughter of the Li royal family is not a concubine, but this woman insisted on having her own way. She would rather exterminate the family to choose her lover. Nonsense, the man's liver and guts were torn apart, and his eyes were red. He's just a lecher who uses his power to bully others and kidnaps women. Wan Wan and I were childhood sweethearts, and we were just a few days away from getting married, just a few days. That despicable and shameless villain used the Pei family and the Min family to blackmail her. Wan Wan was kind and couldn't bear to see the two families suffer, so she gave herself up and gave herself to that villain. She was clearly the legitimate daughter of a noble family and couldn't be more honorable, but she had the reputation of being exterminated from the family. Then, without a name or surname, she entered the capital alone and entered that cannibalistic place. Don't listen to Min Yuhan's mournful words. In fact, Li Hanyuan didn't feel anything. Not to mention that when he was born, his mother was already dead, so he didn't have any feelings. Even if his old man kidnapped someone, he didn't feel that it was wrong. If it was him or Wan Wan, it would be best if they could achieve their goal peacefully. If they couldn't, not to mention the two families, he would destroy the whole world. From his point of view, he was definitely Lu Qingdi's seed, and the student was even better than a master. However, he wouldn't change the identity of Wan Wan like his old man. No matter how high Wan Wan's birth was, he would let people know clearly who he was holding in the palm of his hand. Of course, he was completely different from his old man. Wan Wan was also the same with his mother. There was no comparison. It is indeed a cannibalistic place, but didn't she die in a few years? Hearing him speak so coldly, as if he was talking about an unrelated person, the anger and hatred seemed to materialize. You caused her death, but you don't feel guilty at all. You are indeed the one with the surname Li. You are rotten to the core. Li Hanyuan didn't take it seriously. So you also believe that she died of blood loss due to dystocia. Min Yuhan was stunned. What do you mean? What I mean is that she was strangled to death by her husband. After she died, this prince was cut out from her stomach by her husband. Don't talk about her glory when she was alive. After she died, there was a big cut on her body. Isn't it very pitiful? Li Hanyuan said with a casual smile and malice towards Min Yuhan. Min Yuhan widened her eyes in disbelief, but she didn't doubt Li Hongyuan's words. Her heart was about to explode. Why? Since he tried so hard to get her, why didn't he cherish her? Why didn't he dote on her and protect her? Why did he kill her with his own hands? Why? He originally thought that at least she was living a good life. Then, even if he was in heart-wrenching pain, he would at least have a little peace of mind. She didn't have a noble status, but she was already an imperial noble consort. After she passed away, her son was greatly favored. He thought that these were all evidence of her good, but it turned out that, why? It's probably because of you. Min Yuhan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lu Qingdi snatched her, so he naturally knew of your existence. And according to what you said, you were in love with each other. Do you think that Lu Qingdi didn't have any grudges in his heart? The harem is a place where there are a lot of disturbances. Once you are caught, you will most likely lose your life. In her previous life, she heard from Imperial Consort Su that it seemed that something that shouldn't have appeared by his mother's side had caused his father to be especially suspicious. Logically speaking, if he suspected another man, his father wouldn't have lost his mind and killed him. After she was pregnant, did you go to the capital and try to contact her? Min Yuhan's face stiffened, and the corners of her mouth twitched. TSK, she actually guessed correctly. With his father's character, he dared to do such a thing. Was he courting death, or was he courting death? I didn't want to see her, and she didn't want to see me. I only asked someone to pass her something, and she sent me a letter. She told me that she was very good and asked me to find a good girl to start a family with. Then, she asked me to leave the capital and never go back. Min Yuhan seemed to have lost her soul as she muttered. In the end, was I the one who harmed her? Was I the one who harmed her? Harem was easy to say, but it was also difficult to say the least. It depended on the person and the situation. His mother's situation was absolutely impossible. It seemed that his father had never suspected his mother of being unfaithful. It was just that he had treated her with all his heart for a few years. In the end, she still had another man in her heart. 9 out of 10 men would probably explode. It was very common for someone to fan the flames and do something irrational in a moment of impulse. Chapter 185. Li Hongyuan saw that his soul seemed to have left his body, and his vitality seemed to be leaving his body little by little. Even if he were to say that he would die here, it probably wouldn't be a strange thing. However, these were not within the scope of Li Hongyuan's consideration. About the western border of Qiyuan, what do you have to say? This sentence pulled Min Yuhan back from his out-of-body state. The way he looked at Li Hongyuan changed. This commoner doesn't understand what Wang Ye is talking about. Until this question, he didn't understand the intention of this Jin Xin Wang to invite him. Even if it was to pull out some unknown competition, it would only be an accident and not the original purpose. But now he vaguely understood. However, because he vaguely understood, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Since you have already said your origin, there will always be people who understand. At the very least, there is Jiangnan's #1 family, Pei clan. There are tens of thousands of people in the clan. Adding in the marriage and other messy relationships, such as teachers and students, the number of people is at least 100,000. With so many people, there will always be a few who understand. At worst, Ben Wang will just spend some time and ask them one by one. Tell me, should Ben Wang start from the core of Min clan and Pei clan, or should I start from the periphery? Min Yuhan's eyes were about to split open. He suddenly got up and rushed towards Li Hongyuan. Not to mention the fact that this middle-aged man with his hands tied and his body didn't look very good. What kind of threat could he pose to Li Hongyuan? And Yi and the others who stayed at the side were especially vegetarians. If they let such a person get close to Master, they don't need to mingle. However, with just one step, he was subdued in an instant. His entire upper body was pressed to the ground, and his head was ruthlessly stepped on. Min Yuhan's insignificant struggle didn't have the slightest effect. Beast! That's your maternal family. Ah, how can you be so ruthless? You really are his seed. He also hated himself for being too careless. Because the other party was Bien's son, he was surprised that the other party knew his identity. In addition, he deliberately wanted to disgust the other party, so he easily revealed his identity. However, even if she didn't say anything, would he really not know? Li Hongyuan waved his hand, and he pulled him up, but his hand was still on Yi's shoulder. Were you going to call me a beast? It probably didn't feel good to swallow it back, but as long as he still had his reason, it was still bearable. Although there are many people who curse this prince behind my back, those who curse in front of this prince are probably dead. This prince is still a prince, and the face and dignity of the imperial family are still important. Li Hongyuan took a sip of tea. As for the maternal family you mentioned, from the perspective of the adoptive mother, the maternal family should be surnamed Su. However, this prince has never been interested in the Su family. From the perspective of the biological mother, she was an orphan, so where did this maternal family come from? For more than 20 years, this prince hasn't even seen the shadow of the Pei family. Now that you've stirred up trouble and implicated the Pei family, you have the nerve to claim kinship with this prince. How many people have called this prince shameless? Obviously, this prince thinks that he is far less shameless than you people. Li Hongyuan was still undisciplined, but Min Yuhan's face was like a color palette, exceptionally wonderful. It wasn't clear whether she was more embarrassed or angry. The Pei family, not to mention Jiangnan, even in the entire Qiyuan, is considered the most powerful family. Even if no one enters the imperial court as an official, they have the imperial edict of Taizu. Unless the Pei family commits a great crime of rebellion, the Li imperial family can't make things difficult for the Pei family. The Min family can't compare, but they are also entangled. How can it be so easy to remove them? Back then, Imperial Father used your two families as a threat, but that was a joke. You were really tough to the end. At that time, he was only a prince, so what? Can he really uproot both of your clans? If he did it properly, he could even push all the aristocratic families to the opposite side of him. At that time, not to mention dealing with your two families, it is possible to demote him to a commoner or even remove him from the family. She said that she didn't want the two families to suffer and was willing to give herself to you. If you didn't allow it, could she have run away on her own? In the end, she was just a person who could be casually abandoned. It was fine to announce her sudden death to the public, But in order to show your so-called loyalty, you resolutely refused to have anything to do with the Li imperial family. You removed a dead person from the family and cut off her connection with the Pei family. It's enough that you pretended to be benevolent to this extent. You were afraid that outsiders wouldn't know that there was something fishy going on. What do you know? You can't do it openly, but you can't do it secretly? Who doesn't know how to put up a front? Even if he was only a prince at that time, he had an emperor as his father. You people in the imperial family are better at venting your anger, aren't you? The Pei family has the so-called protective talisman. My Min family doesn't. Since that's the case, you also agree with what she did in your heart. In your heart, the Min family is more important than her. Who are you trying to show by pretending to be deeply in love with her? Li Honyuan suddenly became angry, and the teacup in his hand was thrown out. If you didn't run to the capital for no reason, would she have died? If she didn't die, would this prince be born as a devil and be deprived of the right to inherit the throne at birth, to the extent that I can only plot in secret? Would it take a lot of effort to marry a woman I like? Li Hongyuan's biological mother didn't die. In his previous life, he would have walked a completely different path. As the saying goes, a son's status depends on his mother. The most basic thing was that his mother was loved by Emperor Lu Qingdi, and there would be a lot of people willing to be loyal to him when he was born. Even Emperor Lu Qingdi would pave the way for his throne. In his life, he probably had nothing to do with Jingwan at all, so he was definitely venting his anger on her. It was really true that the members of the imperial family could vent their anger easily and confidently. However, Min Yuhan seemed to be strangled by someone. Even if he wanted to quibble and deny, he couldn't say a word. His face was ashen. Back then, when Tao Wu left, he was put under house arrest by his family. This house arrest lasted for 3 years. However, other than the initial agony, even though he was still in low spirits, he accepted this fact. It seemed like he was powerless to accept this fact. But in reality, just as Li Honyuan said, it was only because he had lost the love of his life. From the beginning, he did not feel that his family should risk their lives to keep Tao Wu. For so many years, he had never realized this problem, but now it was exposed. Was he like this? So, everything was his fault? Li Honyuan, who was in a state of rage, didn't directly go forward to kill Min Yuhan. He was considered lucky. However, probably because his current state was too frightening, Min Yuhan didn't fall into a trance for long. Thinking about it, with such a murderous person around, how many people could be completely immersed in their own thoughts without being disturbed? Because he was sober, Min Yuhan finally realized another important point from Li Hongyuan's words. The devil, a prince, born as a devil, lost the most important right of a prince the moment he was born. If there was hatred, he should be the one who should be hated the most. Fortunately, Lu Qingdi didn't go too far and gave him the honor that a prince should have. Otherwise, what kind of life would he be living? Whether he could live until now was a big problem. He was Fu Cheng's child. When he thought of him living such a life, he suddenly felt extremely distressed, because he knew that it wasn't Li Honyuan who killed his mother, and the other half of his bloodline came from the enemy who killed his mother. The hatred that he originally had for Li Honyuan collapsed. At this moment, Min Yuhan was unprecedentedly sober. He had been muddle-headed for so many years, and at this moment, he seemed to have finally found his goal. Fu Cheng, I will do my best to help your son get everything he wants. Then, I will look for you. Because his mentality had changed, the way he looked at Li Honyuan had also changed. He was not even affected by Li Hongyuan's terrifying aura. Instead, he looked at Li Honyuan with the affection of an elder towards a junior. He even fantasized that if Momo married him, Li Honyuan would be his son. Therefore, after Li Honyuan calmed down, he clearly saw that the way Min Yuhan looked at him was getting weirder and weirder. From the initial affection, he didn't know what his imagination was, but later on, there was even a bit of pity. Even Li Honyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he sneered. One must know that he had never seen such a look from imperial concubine Su. Who was Li Honyuan? Did he need others to pity him? To be honest, Li Honyuan didn't think that he could understand the thoughts of people like Min Yuhan. Originally, He didn't intend to let him live after letting him know something that he shouldn't know. But now, perhaps he could reconsider. Take him away and let him wake up. Just looking at him now was annoying. The ground was quickly cleaned up. Eunuch Mu personally took the initiative. What devil? Ah, he didn't hear it at all. Li Hanyuan sat in the same place and seemed to be lost in thought as he looked at a certain place. Min Yuhan was quickly brought back. This time, his hair was wiped and combed again. Not to mention other things, his spirit had returned. The feeling that he gave off was completely different. He even seemed a few years younger. Although the Min family couldn't be compared to the Pei family, it was still a noble family. Min Yuhan was also a direct descendant. Naturally, the education he received was top-notch. He took back the style of an aristocratic family's descendant. Greetings, Your Highness. Although his gaze towards Li Hanyuan was still gentle, it was no longer as gentle as before. Li Hanyuan just looked at him indifferently. However, Min Yuhan automatically told him about the incident at the western border. In fact, there were only some signs of the incident. He happened to encounter it and secretly added fuel to the fire. As for the purpose, naturally, it was to cause trouble for the Li family. It would be good if he could cause internal strife or even overthrow the Qi Yuan. Anyone who was the emperor would be better than the current emperor. Li Hanyuan roughly knew about this matter and didn't need Min Yuhan to elaborate. Thus, he waved his hand and interrupted him. Is the remnant of the previous dynasty related to the Pei family? Chapter 186. Previously, he was ready to fight Li Hanyuan for the sake of the two clans. Now, he turned around and betrayed the two clans. It should be known that regardless of whether it was harboring or assisting, as long as it was related to the remnants of the previous dynasty, regardless of the number of remnants, even if there was only a little child left in the direct bloodline, it was already a crime of treason. It was enough to implicate 9 generations of the clan. In this way, how should one describe Min Yuhan? Should one say that he was heartless to the point that he didn't recognize his own family and was inhumane? Or should one say that he had deep feelings for his past love and that he placed righteousness before family after his sudden awakening? He once chose loyalty and filial piety, and now he chose friendship. It seemed good, but in fact it was both wrong. Min Yuhan, you feel sorry for her, and now you want to compensate this prince? Min Yuhan's silence was equivalent to tacit agreement. Li Hanyuan sneered. You and that despicable and shameless villain who stole your fiancée are essentially the same. He killed her and then regretted it. He thought that he was infatuated with her for more than 20 years, and he didn't even ask if the dead person wanted it. Then, he tried his best to make it up to this prince. As long as this prince didn't covet the throne, it was as if he had forgotten that this prince's birth represented an auspiciousness. Even if he poked a hole in the sky, he would still take care of it. You couldn't protect her, so you also played the role of infatuation without regret. Similarly, have you asked if she wanted it? However, she's a dead person. If you want to ask, then you have to follow her down. Unfortunately, you are all greedy for the mortal world and are not infatuated enough to accompany her. You only live according to your wishes. Now that you know that her death had a lot to do with you, you are ready to blame it on this prince. She's a dead person, but this prince is still alive. Have you asked if this prince needed it? When this prince had no power, no status, and even his life was guaranteed, his compensation could only give this prince these things, so I accepted it. What about you? Do you think this prince needs you? After knowing what you've done, will you still be allowed to live freely? Min Yuhan, what gave you such an understanding? As she spoke, the mockery in her eyes was simply too obvious. At the beginning, Min Yuhan wanted to refute. How could he be the same as that person? However, when he finished listening, he was speechless. Even though his heart was burning with pain, he felt more and more that he was the same as that person. He was full of confidence and wanted to help, but he thought too highly of himself. Since this child knew his whereabouts and his plan was destroyed just as it started, it was obvious that the power in his hands was not weak. From this short contact, he understood that he was definitely not a kind person. Now that he knew the source, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to investigate the matter of the remnants of the previous dynasty. He looked like a big joke. Min Yuhan, who had just regained her energy, was dispirited again. After a moment of silence, she said, "That's good too. I can go see your mother sooner. You don't care about Pei clan and Min clan anymore?" "I don't care. I can't care. It's not up to me to care. All these years, I have only used the surname of Min. They expected better from me and scolded me for indulging in love all day. I really don't have the heart to do anything." What Min Yuhan didn't say was that perhaps the Min and Pei families had a close relationship through marriage for generations. There were many officials in the Min family, but there were very few who reached the third rank and above. Obviously, it was because of the relationship with Pei family that they were suppressed. As for Pei family, as the richest family, it looked like they had a huge network of connections. However, when it came to interests, because they didn't have power, Pei family couldn't have the absolute right to speak. This was a great humiliation for the richest family. Thinking back to the unlimited glory of the previous dynasty, compared to the current situation, they had long had enough. Due to the ancestral teachings, they couldn't enter the officialdom. Therefore, the best way was to change the surname of the emperor. It could be something else, but it could also be Pei. How could the Min family not have such restlessness? Although Min Yuhan hated Lu Qingdi to the core and wanted to directly overthrow the Li family, after nearly 100 years, the Qi Yuan had already stabilized. Even if it had a great influence in Jiangnan, the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. They had long recognized that the Li family was the orthodox family. Even if they used the descendant of the previous dynasty as a banner, it was estimated that not many people would follow. Moreover, whether it was the Pei family or the Min family, they basically didn't have any military generals. As the saying goes, if a scholar rebels, it won't succeed in 3 years. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all not on the same page. But in reality, there were many people in the two families who had such ambitions. If this continued, they would be finished sooner or later. Rather than ending up with the execution of the whole family, it was better for Prince Jean to cut off those people's thoughts now so that they wouldn't end up with the extermination of the family. Prince Jean was destined not to expose this matter. For a prince who had hidden all his forces in the dark, exposing this matter meant that everything was exposed. Moreover, he could feel that Prince Jean didn't care about the descendant of the previous dynasty. It wasn't even contempt, it was as if he didn't put them in his eyes. Towards such an existence, who would muster such a large force? Didn't Li Hanyuan know about this situation? Of course he knew. In the previous life, he was the one who tidied up the Pei family. Naturally, there wasn't anything that he didn't know. However, that unrealistic ambition was quite laughable in Li Hongyuan's eyes. Fortunately, the Pei family didn't brazenly pull out the remnants of the previous dynasty. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as cutting off the Pei family's wings. It was a trivial connection, a rebellion. If it wasn't exposed, it could still be hidden, but if it was exposed, it would only lead to death. Li Hanyuan nodded, seemingly agreeing with his words. He slightly hooked the corner of his lips. "Go see her? You say you want to see her, and she wants to see her? What do you take her for?" Moreover, in 22 years, she might have already reincarnated. She might even be the mother of several children. Li Hanyuan continued to stab without holding back. This stab was so ruthless that his body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. Even though he staggered and stood firm, the rising and falling of his chest became more obvious. The frequency of the rising and falling of his chest also increased. In addition, he tightened the clothes on the left side of his chest. Blue veins protruded from the back of his hand. All of these indicated that he was in a terrible state. Even so, Li Hanyuan still hooked the corner of his lips. There was no warmth in his eyes. He was calm and unruffled. The bystanders couldn't help but feel pity for Min Yuhan. Falling into the hands of the master, she could only admit that she was unlucky and had to face physical and mental hardships. As for whether she would be unable to bear it and die, if she really died, she should feel lucky. Perhaps it was because he had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. No matter what he thought in his heart, his face didn't show a trace of it. Not only that, he could also ensure that he could listen to the master's orders at any time and wouldn't make a mistake because of being distracted. With such a poor ability to bear it, Li Hongyuan lost interest. His initial purpose of catching Min Yuhan was to determine whether he was a member of the Pei family. His goal was achieved, and he even gained additional benefits. That was it. Sent him away. Annoying. Yes, because they weren't inside the imperial residence, there weren't many guards guarding the place. It wasn't difficult to get people in, and it wasn't difficult to send them away. They didn't even need to wait until nighttime. The carriage with the symbol of Jin Xin Wang Fu swaggered around, and no one would question it. During this period, Min Yuhan's chaotic and blank mind cleared up a little. Li Hongyuan still kept his life and sent him away. Then he probably knew Li Hongyuan's intention. When they reached a place far enough away, and Yi gave Min Yuhan some banknotes and some broken silver, enough for him to return to Jiangnan. Does Wanya have any specific instructions? Although when he came out with him, he still couldn't help but ask. After all, the other party was his subordinate. Even if there were no clear instructions, he should be able to guess some of the master's thoughts. This was an essential skill for every subordinate. Master's thoughts have always been unpredictable. The specific matters will have to be handled by Mr. himself. What was the most annoying? It was this kind of thing without a goal. He couldn't estimate to what extent he had to do it. Just like that, whatever. I understand. Min Yuhan accepted this statement indifferently. For him, it was better if there were no instructions. Then, he could do everything that he thought was beneficial to Jin Wangfu. Because when he was completely not recognized and not accepted, naturally there wouldn't be that kind of arbitrary situation where I'm doing it for your own good without considering other factors. That was something that really overflowed with Li Hongyuan, and he nodded and left without saying anything. Min Yuhan looked at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away. He let him know the good things that he shouldn't know, but he let him go so easily. If he wasn't stupid, then he had absolute confidence. Min Yuhan recalled the short time that he got along with the other party. He was definitely not a stupid person. Perhaps he hadn't reached the point where he could control the whole situation, but he had reached the point where he wasn't afraid of being exposed. To be able to make him cheer up and dejected several times, it wasn't difficult to control a person's life and death. What was difficult was to control a person's emotions. Mimi, your son is completely different from you. However, he is very outstanding and very strong. Wait for me. I don't care if you've reincarnated, married, or given birth to a child. I'll still find you. Let me be selfish just this once. I can't let go of you. But for this matter, whether you agree or not, I'll persist. In the future, before I do anything else, I'll ask for your opinion. Maybe at that time, he will become our son. Min Yuhan revealed a shallow smile. He was walking towards an unknown road. Perhaps it would be full of thorns, and perhaps in the end, he would be deserted. But it didn't matter. He didn't care anymore. Li Hongyuan dealt with the information gathered from other places and seemed a little bored. Immediately send the things to the Ruan family. Yes. Shouldn't sending heads be done at night? It was broad daylight. Did Master not find it troublesome? However, shadow guards never had a sense of self. Their master's words were their first will. The Ruan family was now in a chaotic period. Lord Ruan, who had always been successful in the court, was helpless in the face of his daughter's-in-law's coercion. It was said that a woman should treat her husband as her god. However, at this time, his son was useless. Master, someone outside the door has sent something. Lord Ruan, who was in a terrible fix, needed something to divert his attention. He felt that this was the right time. What is it? Bring it in. When a wooden box was carried in, Madame Ruan, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, was inexplicably flustered. Chapter 187. Because the situation was in a stalemate, Ruan Ruizhong was not the only one who needed other things to ease the tension. They needed it even more. It was unfilial of them to force their father-in-law. They were just relying on the fact that the Ruan family was a family of etiquette, and their father-in-law was the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. They wanted to save face and would not do too much. If the daughters-in-law of the Rouen family collectively had an accident, the reputation of the Rouen family, which was at the heart of the storm, would be completely ruined. Rouen Ruizhong might even have to retire early. However, their actions had already offended all the men of the Rouen family. The Rouen family's reputation was now so bad that the impact was too great. Even the grandmothers of the Rouen family who had married out used to visit their parents' home every now and then, but now it seemed that they had not seen them for a long time. Although Rouen Ruizhong was still the Grand Secretary, he was already showing signs of decline. There was also the Minister of Personnel Affairs who was like fire and water with him. The help he could give in the imperial court was rapidly decreasing. Everyone was sensible. Who would want to help a person who was tainted with dirty water and was becoming more and more unreliable? For the sake of the children, they wanted to split the family and reduce this impact. What was wrong with that? However, neither their husband nor their son supported them. Their mother and sister were such good people. It was fine if outsiders slandered them, but their own family members were hindering them at this time. It was simply unreasonable. Words of reprimand and heart-wrenching made them feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. Look, this was the ability of that woman. Because she could give these old and young masters what they wanted the most, whether it was money, connections, or even official positions. Regardless of whether they were legitimate or illegitimate, if they were rejected by their father-in-law, as long as they came to her, they would basically be satisfied. The most terrifying thing was that in order to keep them in suspense and control their greed, other than money, the benefits they received were basically small favors. However, she could make them not complain at all and even be deeply grateful. Moreover, the mother-in-law and husband were acting intimately. They did not dare to say anything when they bumped into it, but were provoked by the mother-in-law. This was the truth of the harmony of the Rouen family. The daughters-in-law of the grandchildren were better off. They were simply a pool of bitter water in their hearts. They knew what was going on, but they could not find anything that could be used against her. There was probably no sisters-in-law who could be more harmonious than them, because their enemies were the same, but the other side was like a mountain, unshakable. They wanted to use this opportunity to change the predicament of being completely in the palm of someone else's hand. However, without the support of man, they huddled together tightly. As time passed, they seemed isolated and helpless, especially when they met the woman's sinister gaze. She wouldn't do anything to them now, but after that, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Even if they threatened to kill themselves, they knew that the chances of success were not high. However, they had no other choice, really no other way. Even if she had staked everything on this one throw, she could not hold on anymore. If her father-in-law's benevolence was gone, they would be completely finished. Therefore, when the things were carried in, they stood aside. Rouen Ruizhong ordered someone to open it. "Master, don't be in a hurry," Madame Rouen spoke out to stop him. "First, ask who sent it and what it is." Now is an eventful time, with a bit of melancholy and lamentation. Rouen Ruizhong was startled and understood her meaning. His face became serious. If they received something that they should not have received at this time, it could be fatal. Moreover, to send things to the Rouen family now, they either wanted to take advantage of the situation or had bad intentions. "Who sent it? Where's the name card?" "Master, the other party did not leave a name card." "Bastard, daring to accept things without a name card. Where is the person who sent it? Has he also left?" "Master, I also asked someone to stop them, but they could not." Moreover, the other party also said that it was best to quickly carry it in and hand it to Madame Rouen. "It would not be good if outsiders saw it. I really can't do anything." Rouen Ruizhong's gaze froze. This clearly told them that this thing was not a good thing. He looked back at his wife with a puzzled expression. The other party also had a puzzled expression. In fact, he did not know. Knowing that it was for her, Madame Rouen's heart became more and more uneasy. "Master, why don't we carry it out first?" There were too many people present. If it was really something bad, it would not be easy to deal with it. Rouen Ruizhong nodded. "Carry it to the backyard." The two people from before were about to go forward and tie the rope again. Suddenly, A person rushed out from the side and pushed the box back. After the originally unlocked wooden box was overturned, the lid naturally opened and 2 or 3 things rolled out. There was a moment of silence. Ah! Terrified screams rose one after another. The people nearby immediately fled in all directions. Juan Ruizong also took 3 steps back, his face pale. Previously, when they were on the road, the 3 heads that appeared on Ruan Fangfei's carriage, other than the mother and daughter, the rest of the Ruan family only knew that such a thing had appeared before. They had never seen it clearly. Now that the number had doubled, the impact was no small matter. Madame Ruan's face was also deathly pale, and her legs were weak. Half of it was fake, and the other half was real. The so-called real was not because she was afraid of these heads, but because she knew who these heads belonged to even without confirmation. She should have thought of it. Since they could plot against Fangfei there, they might have left a backup plan. What was she thinking at that time? They were just a group of lowly people. If they were killed, then so be it. Would the other party save them? Why did she not think that the other party might not save people, but would kill people? Kill her people. With the example of the 3 people on the road, the other party obviously knew the situation around her. How could she be so stupid? Because she had to hide herself well, many things were tied up. She cultivated these people and secretly placed them in various parts of the Ruan family. It could be said that she had put in a lot of effort. In the end, she lost 9 people so easily. While she was distressed, she also had a deep fear. She always had a kind of fear that everything about her was under the other party's eyes. The other party knew about the people around her. Then, did the other party know about the things she did? Juan Ruizong saw his wife on the verge of collapse. He thought a few days ago, for Fangfei. She was clearly frightened, but forced herself to hold on. These days, her spirit had been weak. If it happened again, he did not know what would happen. He hurriedly covered her eyes. Come, where the hell are they? Clean up and get these filthy things away. Juan Ruizong roared. 2 servants hurriedly came in, trembling as they picked up the head and threw it into the wooden box. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the eyes of these 2 people were calm. They were not facing a terrifying and ferocious head, but a very normal thing. Moreover, the 2 people were only trembling with their hands, but their feet were firm and strong. However, no one would pay attention to this in the current situation. The wooden box was covered. Even so, no one dared to approach it. Juan Ruizong took a few breaths. Come, immediately send people out to search. See if the person who sent these things is still here. If found, quietly follow and determine where the other party is staying. Now, it was confirmed that the people who repeatedly targeted the Ruan family came from the capital. They did not find out before, but this time, they absolutely could not let them go. Although the possibility of finding them now was 0, but prepare a sedan. Lu Qingdi empathized with him and let him rest for a few more days. However, he could not sit still anymore. If this continued, before he fell, the family would be disbanded. If Madame still has energy, send people to check if the family is missing. If not, go back and rest. I won't force you. Master, where are you going? Madame Ruan held him tightly, as if it could give her a sense of security. Juan Ruizong patted her hand. I'm going to meet the Emperor. The other party is so rampant. Since I've seen them, I must find a mastermind behind them. Otherwise, our family will not have a peaceful day. Madame Ruan's lips moved. She was very clear that the other party dared to brazenly send things to their door and did not keep them on the spot. Afterwards, there was no hope of catching them. In the end, she did not say anything to dissuade them because there was no reason to stop them. What she was most worried about now was how much the other party knew about her. If it was only on the surface, then it was fine. If everyone retreated, there was only a wooden box with 6 heads left in the hall. This kind of thing appeared again and again. Many of the masters and servants in the Ruan family were abnormally terrified. First, it appeared in the daughter's carriage. Now, it named the mother. It was as if the mother and daughter were the source of all this. When they saw Madame Ruan, they could not help but step back. It was as if there was something dirty on her body that would contaminate them. The next one who would be sent to heads would be them. Madame Rowan's face was full of anger. She had never seen her like this. Her stepson, who originally wanted to comfort her, subconsciously stepped back. She knew that she was in a mess and somewhat out of control. She hurriedly restrained her emotions. Her face was pale and weak. She looked very haggard. She glanced at them and paused for a moment on the daughter-in-law who had pushed the box. Go back and rest. Restrain the children. The servants, beat them if necessary. Don't let them scare the children with their big mouths. It did not matter whether what they saw was an illusion or not. At this time, no one stayed. Whether some couples would quarrel or even fight after returning, no one cared. Madame Rowan ordered people to investigate. She knew in her heart, but she still had to put on an act. After sending everyone away, Madame Rowan stood outside the door and looked at the wooden box in the room. Her gaze was deep. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw her daughter walking over like a ghost. Fangfei, why are you not resting? What are you doing here? Rowan Fangfei stood beside her and looked into the room. Heads? Same as last time? What heads? Who are you listening to? Fangfei, come back with Mother. Mother is a bit tired and wants a rest. Rowan Fangfei avoided her hand and stepped over the threshold. She walked in and reached out to open the box. Fangfei, her mother hurriedly pulled her. Be good. Go back with Mother. Rowan Fangfei stared at her mother. Her eyes were like stagnant water. Then, Madame Rowan let go. Rowan Fangfei opened the box and saw the familiar ferocious and terrifying face. Her face instantly lost its color. However, she firmly did not move her gaze away. She even slowly bent down and trembled as she reached out her hand. Madame Rowan watched from the side. She clenched her handkerchief but did not stop her. Chapter 188. Madame Rowan couldn't help but frown. She knew that her daughter's current state was not right. As her daughter, it was destined that she would not be like the other girls who stayed in the boudoir. If she could surpass her master, that would be something to be happy about. However, this was her only child. In the end, she could not bear to do that. What she taught her was more about the survival skills of the inner residents. Once, she thought that there was no problem with the upbringing she had given her. However, a series of unexpected events had shattered her perception. She was glad that her daughter didn't break down and go crazy because of the heavy blow, but she also felt sorry for her body and mind. She hadn't gone through the first ordeal, and the latter followed closely behind. Her endurance was obviously in the middle stage. If she went crazy, then she wouldn't know anything, or she wouldn't take it seriously at all. Naturally, she wouldn't suffer. Now, she was either going backward or forward in the ordeal. As a mother, she naturally hoped for the latter. In fact, she didn't disappoint her. However, the problem now was because the process was too short. It was simply pulling the seedlings to help them grow. Crazy, cold, not recognizing her own family. Follow her and prosper. She would be a devil through and through. There were already signs of this before, but at this moment, it was taking shape. Madame Rowan restrained her gaze. Could it be that something happened just now that she didn't know? With a smile on her face, Rowan Fangfei turned over the 6 heads one by one to take a closer look. She even asked her mother with great interest how those wounds were formed. They were made after death. Wouldn't it be more interesting to cut them when they were alive? Her hands were full of dirt, but she didn't care at all. She didn't have the delicate appearance that she used to have when she was stained with dirt. After looking, she lost interest and used a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Little by little, she wiped very seriously and attentively. Clearly, some of the dirt couldn't be wiped off, but she still wiped it again and again. Mother, these people, were you the one who left them to slaughter the village? They failed to kill and were killed instead. They were really useless. However, this is also good. That village can be left to play with slowly. Mother, if there's anything you can't do, you can tell me. I can help you. Madame Rowan quietly looked at her daughter. In fact, she had some faint regrets in her heart. If she had known that this day would come, she would have trained her in the best direction from the very beginning. Now that it was like this, it was too late to change. Everything else was fine, But loyalty was a big problem. Because she would only put herself first, everything else would have to be put behind. However, there was a wrong move. If she used it properly, she would become a sharp weapon if she didn't know the most crucial part. Madame Rouen reached out and touched her face. Why are you covering your face at home and using such a thick cloth? Aren't you stuffy? Rouen Fangfei's eyes were brimming with smiles. Then, mother, help me take it down. Madame Rouen nodded and casually took it off. Then she was stunned. The face that was almost healed and the scar that was gradually fading had now turned into a black line. It was like a sinister and ugly worm. There were fine lines like a spider web on the edge. This was the final push. Fangfei, what's going on? You're asking me? How would I know? What I eat and wear, including the medicine used on my face, are all not under my control. There was a trace of innocence in her eyes that were no longer clear. Madame Rouen's face was very ugly. She was completely unaware that someone had taken advantage of her. If it wasn't so obvious, she was afraid that she would still be in the dark. But the problem was, when did this happen? Could it be that there was a loophole that she didn't know about in the backyard of the Rouen family that she controlled? Her own details might have been known by others, so it was reasonable for there to be a loophole. But this was unbearable. She took a deep breath. Fangfei, it's mother's negligence. Don't worry, mother will think of a way for you. No need, mother. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Rouen Fangfei said with a smile. Good. When she no longer cared, she could be indestructible. Right, mother, prepare a man who is proficient in bedroom matters for me. Madame Rouen slightly narrowed her eyes. She had really changed completely. Even if you didn't ask, I would have prepared one for you. This way, I won't have to waste my breath. But wait until your body recovers. Although her private parts weren't particularly injured, it wasn't suitable for her to have sex in a short period of time. Send it over tonight. There has to be a process of adaptation. Madame Rouen was silent for a moment. She restrained all her emotions. Okay. She was straightforward. Rouen Fangfei smiled. From now on, this woman in front of her would probably no longer treat her as a daughter. Speaking of which, it was funny. She herself was dirty, but she wanted a clean daughter. Did she want to preserve the last bit of beauty, or was she deceiving herself? No matter which one it was exceptionally stupid. Daughter will go back first. Madame Rouen watched her step over the threshold, turn around, and leave. She then looked back at the wooden box. People like them really shouldn't have extravagant demands. The final result was the same. She closed the wooden box expressionlessly. Rouen Fangfei's thoughts were right. She would no longer treat her as a daughter. Worldly possessions would still be the same as before. Emotionally, she would no longer be moved by her. She had completely abandoned her. Therefore, Madame Rouen's so-called feelings were quite ridiculous. Feelings that could be easily abandoned. Were they called feelings? Perhaps she couldn't completely deny her efforts, but perhaps she had already imagined a situation like today. In fact, she had always had reservations in her heart. Since she didn't wholeheartedly in the past, she naturally wouldn't feel unbearable pain when she gave it up. Rouen Ruizhong went to find Luqingdi. His original intention was to ask for an imperial edict to search everywhere. Obviously, Luqingdi wouldn't agree to such a request. After all, the people accompanying him were all favored ministers, important ministers, and the largest group of the royal family. Could these people's residences be searched casually? Moreover, his son was basically in the summer palace. It was absolutely impossible to let a minister, even a trusted minister, touch his head. In Luqingdi's view, it was only a minister who was targeted, not him. Moreover, the one who died was just an insignificant servant. There was no reason for him to mobilize so many people. Besides, other people were fine, but your family was in trouble. Wouldn't it make people suspect that there was something fishy about your family? For the sake of your loyalty, it was good enough that they didn't investigate you. Therefore, Luqingdi asked Yu Zhongqing to take some people to help him search other places. In fact, this was equivalent to not helping at all. Fortunately, Luqingdi didn't go to the extreme. He told Rouen Ruizhong that if he had evidence and knew who was behind the scenes, he could issue an imperial edict to search. After leaving Lu Qingdi's sight, Ruan Ruizhong's face became colder. It wasn't that he didn't feel that Lu Qingdi was gradually becoming colder towards him. The emperor was ruthless. There were many emperors who killed meritorious ministers. He was just a grand secretary and really didn't count for much. His Ruan family was at its most difficult time. Because of those rumors and slanders, he was also impeached. Although Lu Qingdi didn't say anything, it didn't mean that Lu Qingdi didn't have any objections. After all, it also damaged Jin Qinhuang's face. As for himself, although he wanted to be the same as before, he had to admit that his body was not as good as before. It seemed that he was somewhat powerless. However, these couldn't be revealed. Otherwise, the Ruan family would really be finished. Yu Zhongqing stood behind him. He was very clear about who was behind this matter and had long speculated that there was a problem with the Ruan family. What he was more puzzled about was whether the problem was with this grand secretary or other people in the Ruan family. However, he didn't need to ask about these. Since he acted as if he didn't know from the beginning, then he would keep it that way. In the end, Ruan Ruizhong didn't let Yu Zhongqing bring people to search with great fanfare. It was completely useless. There was no need to let everyone know and increase the gossip. Therefore, Yu Zhongqing brought people as if they were patrolling. They walked around the courtyard area and then returned to report to Lu Qingdi. The Ruan family summer palace was not as good as the Ruan family's inner residence in the capital. If Li Hongyuan wanted to deal with some people, he had already made arrangements. However, Madame Ruan had lost so many people. Moreover, they had only been here for less than a day. It was not enough to investigate the people who had been in the courtyard for a long time. Even if they were investigated, they would not be able to find any flaws in a short time. After all, these people's roots were not here. To get to the bottom of things was not something that could be done in a day. Moreover, they themselves did rough work. If they were sent away, there would be no replacement in this place. The best way was to strengthen the rules and let them perform their duties. Otherwise, if they came into contact with things that they should not come into contact with, then it would not matter even if they were spies. Therefore, what Madame Ruan really wanted to investigate was the entourage from the capital. Old Madame Ruan had always been a smart person. Smart people naturally had their weaknesses. If they didn't come into contact with things that they shouldn't come into contact with, it didn't mean that they couldn't get useful things. Nails didn't need to be very smart. Maybe they just needed to remember what they saw. In terms of manpower, old Madame Ruan was simply dregs compared to Li Hongyuan. There was no comparison at all. No matter how strict her defense was, there were still times when she could take advantage of a loophole. When he knew that she was doing a big investigation, Li Hongyuan didn't have any reaction. He just let people create something that was right, but actually wrong. It was guaranteed that old Madame Ruan would completely block the loophole. At least, she would think so. In the evening, Li Hongyuan learned that old Madame Ruan had added a maid for her baby daughter. It was said that she was tall with long legs and a slender waist. She was a perfect beauty. The beauty held a lamp at night and walked leisurely. Not many people saw her. Li Hongyuan sneered. Playing this kind of trick to deceive others was fine. However, he seemed to have underestimated Ruan Fangfei. After being passively torn apart, she might as well be corrupted to the end. Even if he knew that she was a person with a strong will and wouldn't be defeated easily, what would it be like if she climbed back up again and again, only to be stepped on again and again? She would live a life of grievance and humiliation, never being able to achieve the goal of her tone. However, it was late at night, and he missed Wan. Chapter 189. Since she wanted to, he would go and have a look. This was not the first time he had attacked her at night. However, he intended to let her know of his existence tonight. Anyway, she was already his woman. Why should she hide? Someone was so self-righteous and shameless. He had never thought that as long as they were not married, everything would change. This kind of intimacy had crossed the bottom line and was absolutely not allowed. It had a great impact on a girl's family. If outsiders knew about it, it was equivalent to losing one's virginity before marriage. For example, If the person who was intimate with Jingwan, no, it should be said that he was her former two fiancés. Even if he had nothing to do with Jingwan, he would definitely feel that it was inappropriate for him to be intimate with her. Given how much he cared about Jingwan, he would definitely explode and want to kill her. However, if this person was himself, his fiancée was equal to his wife. This was such a serious double standard. It was not the first time that he went to the Luo family. No, to the place where the third daughter of a Luo family lived in the middle of the night. It was a walk in the park for him. He was quite skilled in this business. He took the wind and climbed over the wall. Because Li Hanyuan didn't deliberately walk lightly, and every night, Bai Xiao and He Mei took turns to keep watch at night, not to mention the conscientious Nanny Gong. She would check the room at least once every night. Therefore, when he just approached, he had already been discovered. Seeing that Nanny Gong was silent, Bai Xiao also kept silent. Nanny Gong lit a small lamp. The light was dim and hazy. Because of a certain someone's frequent night raids, Nanny Gong firmly put an end to her young lady's habit of sleeping without clothes. She didn't want her young lady to be completely naked the moment he appeared, without even doing anything. Even so, on a hot day, Jingwan was only wearing a close-fitting doo-doo and underwear. She lay on her side with her face facing the inside. Only a thin silk blanket covered her waist. Therefore, her arms, back, and feet were all exposed. Even if he did not see her naked, the effect was almost the same. Someone's eyes became deeper and deeper. Li Hanyuan sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to hold Jingwan's leg. The soft and smooth feeling. Jingwan subconsciously kicked her foot, then immediately woke up. She woke up very quickly, and when she saw who was sitting by the bed, she suddenly sat up. She took the opportunity to withdraw her foot from his palm and pulled the silk blanket around her waist to wrap it around her body. "Your Highness, why are you here?" She didn't dare to believe it. She knew you didn't follow the rules, but breaking into a lady's room at night. Li Hanyuan reached out and grabbed Jingwan's foot again, preventing her from retreating. A lazy and charming smile appeared on his face. "Because I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night, so I came here." He spoke the truth without any ambiguity. Jingwan rolled her eyes at him. After the initial shock, she thought about this fellow's style. It didn't seem strange that he would do such a thing. She regained her composure and withdrew her foot. After confirming that the other party wouldn't let go, she let him hold her foot. As he approached Jingwan's bottom line, Jingwan naturally retreated bit by bit. She hadn't touched his bottom line yet, so she didn't know how much he would indulge her. However, it was obvious that when facing Li Hanyuan, she was much more relaxed than before and didn't follow the etiquette. "You don't believe me?" Li Hanyuan smiled and gently rubbed his finger on her foot. "Don't touch, it tickles." "I believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you? You are a prince, so your words naturally carry weight." Jingwan said perfunctorily. They just saw each other during the day, and he missed her so much that he couldn't sleep. Who was he trying to fool? She was sleeping soundly, but was suddenly woken up. Even if Jingwan didn't have a morning temper, she was still in a bad mood. "Now that your Highness has seen her, you should go back and rest." Li Hanyuan looked at her with a smile. His eyes were like small hooks, and his hand moved up her foot, caressing her calf back and forth. "Jiao Jiao, is this your first time touching this prince?" The greasy way of addressing her couldn't be any more obvious, and the way his hand moved, this bastard. "Do you need the subject to help your Highness undress?" Knowing that he wouldn't leave like this, Jingwan was too lazy to waste her breath. "Is Jiao Jiao inviting this prince?" The tip of his tongue brushed across his lips. Jingwan slightly tilted her face and covered her eyes with her hand. Bastard, using his beauty to trick her again. "If your Highness wants to rest like this, no one will have any objections. Actually, this prince doesn't have a problem either. I'm just worried that someone will feel unfair and take off my clothes later." His teasing tone and teasing expression made Jingwan want to slap him. He shouldn't have touched her sore spot. Jingwan was a little embarrassed, so she pulled the silk blanket and lay back down. "Your Highness, please don't disturb my rest." "Thank you very much." Looking at her tightly wrapped back, Li Hanyuan laughed silently. He quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of underwear. Bastard, I told you not to disturb my rest. Hearing the flirtatious sounds, Mama Gong looked at the blushing Bai Xiao. You should rest. I'll keep watch here. Yes, Mama. Bai Xiao crouched down and quickly left. Mama Gong sighed. She thought that it would take a long time, but didn't take long for it to stop. A hungry wolf that had tasted a bit of meat was actually able to resist the temptation. It was truly unusual. Seeing that Li Hanyuan, who had kissed her fiercely, didn't do anything else, Jing Wan was a little puzzled. Seeing her puzzled expression, Li Hanyuan was a little angry and amused. He reached out and pinched her nose. Do you want it that much? He straightened his back. Jingwan couldn't help but shrink back from the hot temperature. She quickly shook her head. If you don't want it, then behave. Although I said that the most precious thing should be saved for the wedding night, I can't guarantee that I'll do it. Sometimes, a man's rationality depends on his lower body. Li Hongyuan's smile was a little evil. I'm worried that I won't be able to control myself. So, Jiao Jiao, don't seduce me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Jingwan reached out and slapped him across the face. Who is seducing who? All right, stop fooling around. Li Hanyuan grabbed her hand and put it on his waist. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. There was a layer between them. He simply pulled the string of the doo-doo and threw it off the bed. Then, he continued to move downwards. Wangya, you clearly said, don't talk. Li Hanyuan interrupted her. He removed the last barrier between them. Then, he hugged Jingwan and rubbed against her. He let out a satisfied sigh. When he couldn't do anything, Li Hanyuan found that he really liked the feeling of skin against skin. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. Li Hanyuan liked it, but Jingwan might not like it. First, it was summer. Sticking to a person was like a stove. Second, this bastard was too tight. It was like being entangled by a python. It was uncomfortable. Jiao Jiao, I said, don't seduce me. Li Hanyuan tightened his grip. Wangya, it's too tight. It's uncomfortable. Let go. She didn't expect him to let go. She could only ask for the next best thing. Let go if you call me husband. Li Hongyuan's chin rubbed against the top of her head. His eyes were closed. Shameless. Ayuan, it's really uncomfortable. Can you let go? Jingwan softened her tone. Li Hanyuan laughed silently in a place where she couldn't see. He finally showed mercy and lay down on his back. He let her head rest on his shoulder and put her hand on his chest. His other hand pulled one of her legs over and put it on his lap. Her soft thigh just happened to touch an unspeakable place. Jingwan was about to move away when he patted her warningly. He felt that Jingwan was finally obedient. A certain someone was satisfied with everything except for the part that he couldn't be satisfied with before marriage. He felt Jingwan's breathing. What's wrong? Can't sleep? I'm not used to it. Jingwan spoke the truth. So, Wangya, can you leave my bed? You have to get used to it early. Jiao Jiao has to learn to adapt to my existence. Whether she was used to it or not, who knew better than him? Right now, it was just because she was awake that she wasn't used to it. Her body wasn't like that. The best example was that if she fell asleep, she wouldn't wake up just because he moved. That's after marriage. It was already early enough to be buried in the grave of marriage. In the end, he still wanted to deprive her of her freedom. After marriage, there are more important things. Jingwan chose to shut up. I can't sleep for a while. Talk to me. Talk about what? Jingwan's eyes were half closed. In fact, she was quite sleepy at this moment. She was trying to get sleepy. Who knows? She might fall asleep in a while. You talk, I'll listen. If I fall asleep, don't wake me up. A certain someone's voice was pleasant to listen to. Although it didn't become sexy because of the heavy desire, it was close to her ear. It was low and slightly numb. Perhaps it would have a very good hypnotic effect. Okay. Then, Li Hanyuan softly said some interesting things. Jingwan stifled a laugh from time to time. She thought to herself that she really couldn't tell that a certain someone was actually hiding a sense of humor. However, Jingwan's brain gradually emptied. She became more and more sleepy. She became drowsy, and her breathing became more and more long. Wan, Jingwan unconsciously responded. Just live your life happily. Don't worry about anything else. Leave everything to me, okay? Okay. Jingwan responded. Li Hanyuan kissed her forehead. He knew that she most likely didn't hear what he said clearly. She only said, good, because he emphasized the last 3 words. She was like a child who only knew how to talk and didn't know how to think. Everything came out her mouth. However, he took it that she agreed to everything. Chapter 190. Because there was no sound in the room, Nanny Gong entered the room and didn't put down the bed curtain. She saw the 2 naked people sleeping in each other's arms. She felt them now. Because she couldn't stop it, she could only think in a positive way. But in the current situation, it seemed that she couldn't find anything good for her young lady. She was taken advantage of, and it might even damage her reputation. All the good things were taken by a shameless bastard. Well, Nanny Gong knew that he didn't sleep well, but he seemed to sleep well with his young lady in his arms. After all, she watched him grow up, and he was the only son of the imperial noble consort. It was impossible for Nanny Gong not to feel sorry for him at all. So, she could only think in this way to comfort herself. Nanny Gong went forward and picked up the clothes that were thrown on the ground and put them aside. She also picked up the silk blanket that had fallen under the bed. She looked straight ahead and was about to cover them when she suddenly met Li Hongyuan's dark eyes. She paused and continued what she was doing. She put the silk blanket on them. It wasn't very tight, just from their chest to their thighs. On such a hot day, there was an ice basin in the room, but it was only to prevent their stomachs from catching a cold. Li Hanyuan took the opportunity to pull the silk blanket on Jingwan's shoulder. He tilted his head, put his cheek on her forehead, and closed his eyes. Except for himself, probably no one could be sure if he had fallen asleep just now. With his eyes closed, Li Hanyuan appeared to be much more harmless. In Granny Gong's eyes, the 2 of them were a young couple who slept with their necks intertwined. However, from the way they slept, she could tell that they were very loving. At least, he loved her very much. For ordinary couples, even if they slept on the same bed, they would sleep separately and each of them would occupy half of the bed. It was as if there was a boundary between them, not to mention those couples who still slept separately after the ceremony. Could they be called husband and wife? It would be better if they stayed like this for the rest of their lives. Nanny Gong took the lamp and turned to leave. Li Hanyuan blatantly stayed the night, so he naturally wouldn't leave early like before. Therefore, Jingwan woke up around the same time because of her biological clock. The honey-colored chest in front of her eyes and the warm and elastic touch under her palm made her a little dazed. Then she sat up. It was the first time she was hugged to sleep by a man, but she had a good night's sleep as usual. This was completely illogical. She had slept alone for a long time, and the only time she slept with cousin Xiao Xiao, she couldn't sleep well and even moved to another place. She was hugged to sleep by a man, but she was used to it. With such a big movement, there was no reason for Li Hanyuan not to wake up. He half opened his eyes and used the weak light to look at Jingwan's vexed and depressed expression. The silk blanket slid down to her waist, and the view in front of her chest was very good. But she didn't realize it. Her expression became dark, and the grumpiness she had when she woke up had long flown away. Whether it was because of the morning or some other reason, a certain part of her body began to stir again. He reached out and pressed a certain attractive soft part and rubbed it gently. Only then did Jingwan come back to her senses. She grabbed the mischievous hand and flung it away. Li Hanyuan reached out and grabbed Jingwan's waist. He lifted his long leg and pressed Jingwan back. She let out a short and hurried scream, but before she could finish her sentence, it was completely sealed. Jingwan was so angry that she was scared of his shoulder. She slapped his shoulder, but she didn't restrain her strength at all. A certain someone didn't care and didn't even stop her. He focused on enjoying the morning dessert. Jingwan slapped him a few more times, but her strength gradually weakened. It was because her body was too young and inexperienced. In this aspect, Li Hanyuan was her master, so her resistance was infinitely close to 0. She couldn't withstand his teasing at all. Instead of hitting him, she turned into hugging his shoulder and back and catered to his kisses. There was a tendency for things to go awry. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 moderate knocks on the door. Miss, are you awake? When Mama Gong saw the maidservant standing at the door with a cup of water, blushing and not daring to enter, she knew what was going on inside. It should be known that it was already early in the morning. It was really improper for them to be fooling around in a girl's boudoir in the Luo family. Even after marriage, no one would fool around in a girl's boudoir before marriage. Not to mention, they were still engaged. They had already endured it at night. Now, if it was discovered by others and spread to the ears of master and madam, it would be terrible. The maidservants were apprehensive, but she didn't. She directly knocked on the door. Suddenly awakened, Jingwan reached out to push him, but she couldn't move him at all. Prince. Her expression was a little bad because a certain someone was in heat early in the morning, and also because she was disappointing. Li Hongyuan's face was a little angry, but he quickly restrained himself. He buried his face in Jingwan's neck, unwilling to let go. Jingwan was so angry that she scratched him. There were a few obvious bloodstains on his shoulder and back, but a certain someone didn't seem to feel pain and didn't even make sound. It was difficult for this kind of person to restrain himself from offending his superior. Jingwan's anger grew. She opened her mouth and fiercely bit him. Although it was a fierce bite, it was really a merciless one. She even tasted blood. Li Hongyuan finally moved. He reached out to touch her head. Good darling, let go. If you continue to bite, I won't be able to hold back. He hinted at her by straightening his back. Jingwan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Was this guy a masochist? He was bitten like this, but he was still excited. Miss! The urging voice sounded again. Prince, move. Jingwan's voice was a little cold this time, without any intention of discussion. Li Hongyuan raised his head. Zay, your temper is getting worse and worse. Jingwan sneered. Who are you blaming? Me. Li Hongyuan admitted it like a hoodlum. On one hand, he indulged her without any bottom line. On the other hand, he was viciously angering her. It was time for a clay figurine's temper to come out. However, a certain person felt quite accomplished. Why aren't you moving? Li Hongyuan was quite obedient this time. He hugged her and turned around, placing her outside. Jingwan quickly got up and wrapped herself in a silk blanket. Just as she was about to call him in, she suddenly paused and turned around. His body was in the golden ratio. His muscles were perfect and not bulky. His lines were smooth and beautiful. He also had a face that was off the charts. Lying on his side with one hand supporting his head, he really was not an ordinary seductive person. Jingwan pulled off the silk blanket and covered him from head to toe. Who are you showing off to? My maidservant is about to get married. Her hand that was about to lift the silk blanket paused. Why did these words sound a little sour? She smiled silently. Her movements were a little smaller, only exposing her head. Fine, I'll only show it to you, my darling. He was covered, but she was not. It was convenient for a certain someone to see her from head to toe, although the light was too weak to see clearly. In Jingwan's opinion, this feeling was 100 times more shameful than having skin to skin. She subconsciously crossed her arms over her chest. Li Hongyuan laughed sullenly. Is there anything on your body that I haven't seen before? Jingwan was so angry that she simply smashed the pot. I'm getting up. Mama, come in. In any case, the people around her had already seen her from head to toe countless times. Thinking about it, she had been served since she was young. It would be strange if she still felt ashamed in front of the people around her. However, after doing something even more shameful, Jingwan could not remain calm, even if she tried to pretend to be calm. When she saw Mama Gong come in with a lamp, her eyes were a little shifty and she did not dare to look at her. Mama Gong lit up the other lights in the room. Jingwan seemed to suddenly wake up and hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing. After wrapping it around her body, she realized that it was a certain prince's clothing. Her clothes were taken away to be washed after she changed out of them last night. Now, she could only see the doo-doo and underwear that a certain someone had taken off. Mama Gong acted as if she did not know anything. She glanced at Li Hongyuan, who was on the bed, and said, "Bring the water in." If it was not for this person, they would not have come in first. The maidservants filed in. After confirming Li Hongyuan's position, they squatted down as a form of greeting and no longer looked up. However, in the end, he was a big man and his presence was too strong. However, no matter what they thought, this was the master's business. It was not their turn to interfere. They only needed to control their eyes and not look around. They also needed to control their mouths and not talk nonsense. Jingwan went to the bathroom in the back and quickly changed her clothes. Only then did the awkwardness lessen. After coming out, she quickly freshened up and looked at Li Hanyuan, who was obediently covered with a silk blanket. "Your Highness, do you want me to help you get up?" It would be best if he did not. How could Li Hanyuan not see Jingwan's insincerity? "I'll have to trouble you, Jingwan." After fetching water again, the others left. Jingwan took his clothes and prepared to put them on him. However, a certain someone did not appreciate it and said that he wanted to wash up first. Jingwan wanted to throw the clothes directly at his face. However, when she saw that his shoulder was obviously bruised and swollen, and there was also blood, it seemed that she had bitten him too hard. In the end, she endured it. However, so what if he had a good body? Could he show off as he pleased just because he had a good body? Jingwan first brought him water to rinse his mouth, then wrung a handkerchief for him to wash his face. From beginning to end, a certain someone was sitting there with a golden knife. A certain part of his body was really irritating to the eyes. He did not take the handkerchief she handed to him and just slightly raised his head. When he did not take it, Jingwan also pretended that she did not understand his meaning and persistently stretched out her hand. This prince is still a little sleepy and wants to go back to sleep. Jingwan reached out and covered his face with the handkerchief, wiping his face carelessly. Jingwan is really not gentle at all. Jingwan's mouth twitched into a fake smile. This subject's daughter has never served anyone before. "Your Highness, please excuse me." Li Hanyuan looked very magnanimous and did not want to argue with her. "It's okay. Jingwan was born smart and quick-witted. She will probably learn after doing it a few times." Jingwan wanted to say that it was a skill she would learn after marriage. She did not want to learn it at all now. When she was putting on clothes, it was not very smooth. Since she was young, the people who served her were too conscientious. She basically never wore clothes herself. When she put on clothes for herself, she could not do it perfectly. Moreover, a certain someone was not very cooperative and kept moving his hands and feet. Even after half a day, he was still loose and looked particularly seductive. However, Jingwan was not in the mood to appreciate beauty. After this torment, she was already sweating all over before she even started her morning exercise. Fortunately, a certain someone knew his limits. When he saw that Jingwan was really going to be provoked, he took over and was very nimble. He was done properly in less than half a minute. "You have this kind of hand speed, but you insist on letting her this handicap hand do it. Is there any meaning in it?" However, she was not someone who knew how to wear clothes herself. As a dignified Qinhuang, the people who serve him should be more careful and meticulous. Not only was it surprising that she was so good at self-reliance, it was also very strange. Li Hanyuan put on his shoes and stood up. He reached out to pinch Jingwan's chin and smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to. In the future, this prince can also serve the princess consort." As he spoke, he leaned over and kissed the corner of her mouth. Jingwan directly rolled her eyes at him. "Your Highness should stay to serve others. This subject's daughter can't bear it." Li Hanyuan narrowed his eyes. Jingwan's words made him a little angry. He reached out to grab Jingwan's waist and pulled her into his arms. "You are this prince's wife. If you can't bear it, then who else in this world can? Jingwan, the only person who can be on equal footing with this prince is you, understand? On equal footing?" These 4 words made Jingwan more than a little surprised. In this secular world where imperial power was supreme and men were superior to women, even the wife of the first wife did not have the qualifications to be on equal footing with her husband. Otherwise, why would there be the saying that the husband was the sky? Even the empress, who was the mother of the world, had the same temperament. In Jingwan's opinion, a person like Li Hanyuan did not care about women at all, but he actually said such words. Jingwan even suspected that he had been seen through by someone. "Wife, no matter what, many thanks to your Highness." How could Li Hanyuan not understand Jingwan's meaning? She thought that he only respected his wife. It was the same for anyone who sat in this position. She never knew. It's not your wife, it's you. Only you can sit in this position. Do you understand? Only you, Luo Jingwan, the one and only, the most complete you. Jingwan was taken aback. Was what he meant by what she had understood? But was it possible? He had so many fiancés. At that time, she had no interaction with him at all. But when she looked at Li Hanyuan, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Sure enough, everyone liked to hear these words of love. Even she was no exception. Jingwan always said that she should guard her heart and not beat for any man. But she didn't know that if she could control her heart, then it wouldn't be called love. After a long while, Jingwan forced out a smile. Is that so? Many thanks to your highness for your love. She didn't know how stiff and forced her smile was. Li Hanyuan suddenly felt a little discouraged. This girl still didn't believe him. She just didn't understand. Sometimes, he even had the impulse to tell her everything. But in the end, he cooled down this idea. Wanwan had never been easily moved by sweet words. If he told her about those unknown feelings, she might think that he deliberately made it up. And even if she believed it, it had no direct connection to whether she was moved or not. It might even backfire. Not everyone could be used to others forcibly occupying their life. And Wanwan might even think that the person he liked was the person in her memory, and it had nothing to do with her. After all, she didn't know anything. Wanwan's nature was open-minded, but when it came to the relationship between a man and a woman, anyone could be stubborn. At that time, the only one who would be distressed would be herself. In any case, whether she knew about his past or not, he still had to take step by step to win her heart. He had to use practical actions to tell her that he loved her from the beginning to the end. Then, when the time was right, he would tell her everything about his past. Naturally, when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally, and Wanwan would be closer to his heart. When it came to Jingwan, he always remembered one thing. No matter how much he said, it was better to do it. Forget it. You'll know in the future. Li Hanyuan gently rubbed her neck and kissed her forehead. Jingwan felt his frustration and powerlessness, as if she had failed to live up to his feelings. If there was no relationship between them, Jingwan might not have done anything. But they were engaged, and soon they would become the closest people. One's glory, one's loss, one's loss. So this made her feel a little helpless. She couldn't tell right now. Was he doting on her? As a substitute? Or a change of heart? Or is it true love? No matter how mature Jingwan's temperament was, no matter how rational she was, and no matter how much psychological preparation she did, it couldn't change the fact that she was a blank slate when it came to love. She was not good at dealing with this kind of thing. Li Hanyuan looked at her small appearance, and his mood improved a lot. This girl was actually soft-hearted. She was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. She valued friendship and righteousness. She would never accept other people's kindness for no reason. Once she accepted it, she would always try her best to return it. This was also good. Although her heart was a little heavy and difficult to conquer, it did not mean that it was impossible to conquer it. Because of their special relationship, he could force her to accept his kindness. Sooner or later, he would win her over. Don't think too much. Do what you should do. Just do what you want. Do what I want. In front of such beauty, Jingwan expressed that she wanted to pounce on him. Hence, she unceremoniously hooked her arms around Li Hongyuan's neck and kissed him fiercely. Before Li Hanyuan could turn the tables on her, she broke free from his grasp and ran away. Li Hanyuan touched his lips. Wan, are you comforting me? He suddenly smiled. Comforting? Of course not. Jingwan expressed that she was just seduced by his beauty. That was all. After that, Granny Gong came in and handed Li Hanyuan a cup of warm water. Miss said that drinking a cup of warm water after waking up every morning is good for your health. Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows. He took the cup and drank it in one gulp. After that, Granny Gong quickly helped him tie up his hair. Jingwan didn't know how to do such a difficult thing. After everything was done, Li Hanyuan casually went out. However, Granny Gong, who stayed in the room to tidy up the bed, found some bloodstains. Her first reaction was to feel her heart sink. Could be that miss. On second thought, it couldn't be. She didn't have any blood the last time they did it for so long. It didn't make sense for her to lose her virginity in such a short time last night. The bloodstains didn't look like any other traces. Since it wasn't her, and there was no blood on her body, then it was most likely. She quickly tidied it up and didn't think too much about it. Jingwan was already doing morning exercises. Although he knew that if there was nothing going on, she wouldn't get up every day. But this was the first time Li Honyuan saw it with his own eyes. The time they spent alone in the previous life wasn't short. However, because of special circumstances, Wan's morning exercises were also something to kill people. Suddenly, there was a kind of peace and quiet. Li Honyuan sat at the side and watched. However, as he watched, his thoughts started to wander. With such a soft waist, sometimes, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? The last time they had intimate contact, except for the last step, they did everything. However, they were all very ordinary positions. Maybe he could try something else next time? Li Honyuan felt a little itchy on the tip of his tongue and unconsciously swept the inside of his teeth. The sky was about to turn white. "Your Highness, you should go back," Granny Gong said. Li Honyuan looked sideways at her and then stared at Jingwan for a while. Finally, he stood up and walked towards Jingwan. "Your Highness, are you leaving? You can't bear to part with me." "Then after I have my meal, I'll go see your grandparents before I leave. Farewell, Your Highness." When dealing with a thick-skinned person, one couldn't hesitate at all. Even more so, one couldn't persuade him to stay. TSK. Her forehead was wet with sweat and her face was stiff. The words "get lost" were clearly written on her face. He reached out to touch her face and leaned closer. With a charming smile, he said, "Sweetheart, wait for me tonight." In response to Li Honyuan, Jingwan's face was as stiff as a coffin. Li Honyuan was in a good mood. He held her face and kissed her without any disdain. It's impolite not to reciprocate. This is a gift in return. Then he walked away. "Bastard." Jingwan cursed in a low voice. She looked at the servant girls and saw that they all had their heads lowered. The only thing missing was a sign above their heads that said, "This servant didn't see." Granny Gong's back was as he left. Her sign probably said, "Out of sight, out of mind." His reputation, his image, they were all ruined by that bastard. Li Honyuan returned to the mansion. As a close attendant, Eunuch Mu had already prepared water for the bath. However, his master seemed to be coming back much later than expected. It was different from the previous times. Chapter 191. Because it was summer, the temperature of the bath water was not high, but it cooled slowly. In addition, Li Honyuan actually needed cold water to calm his mind at this time, so he soaked in the water for a relatively long time. When Li Honyuan climbed out of the water and cleaned up, it was already 2 hours later. Breakfast was served. Li Honyuan did not ask anyone to serve him food. He ate slowly while drinking wine. That's right, breakfast with wine was so crazy. However, according to the attitude of the people around him, this was definitely not the first time. However, looking at his appearance, he should be thinking about something. No one dared to disturb him. He was silent, as if he was invisible. If he could not move, he would resolutely not move a step. Li Honyuan put down his chopsticks. It was already half an hour. Finally, he looked at the extra person, who did not belong to him, as if he was doing charity. The other party was also quite perceptive. When he met Li Hongyuan's gaze, he immediately greeted him, and then explained the purpose of his visit. To put it bluntly, it was that imperial concubine Su missed her son, but this son was disobedient and did not live in the palace. She had no choice but to send people out to look for him. It was also a heart of love for his son. He could not give face to his father, but he still had to give face to his mother. Li Honyuan led the people into the palace. The summer palace was built on the side of the mountain. The higher it was, the cooler it was. Undoubtedly, Emperor Lu Cheng's bedroom and the main hall of the summer palace were located at the top of the mountain. In contrast, the more favored one was the higher the position of the courtyard. Whether it was imperial concubine Su or Li Honyuan, They were both on the second level. However, facing the main hall at the top of the mountain was a fast and long stone staircase. The staircase was on both sides, and in the middle were various forms of lifelike dragon reliefs. From the foot of the mountain to the top, this huge project was even more painstaking than the reliefs in the palace. However, although it was grand, it was difficult to climb up step by step. Out of 10 people, 8 of them would probably be panting with their hands on their knees. Fortunately, there was no crazy government decree that prohibited people from riding on palanquins or horses in order to show respect to the imperial power. Of course, this wasn't the only way up the mountain. Ordinary people weren't qualified to take this path. Li Hongyuan rode on his horse with an indifferent expression. If one looked closely, they would find that he was actually somewhat happy. Apart from the grand main road, the rest of the palace was also meticulously built. Every flower, every tree, every building, and every pavilion would leave one racking their brains. Take noble consort Su's courtyard, for example. Although it wasn't as grand and luxurious as her palace in the imperial palace and occupied a much smaller area, it was still ingenious and had its own unique flavor. The most distinctive feature of the temporary imperial residence was the continuous rise and fall of mountains as far as the eye could see. It looked magnificent. However, not everyone had the fortune to see this kind of scenery. At the very least, one had to have enough status and dignity to be able to see it. When Li Hongyuan saw noble consort Su, Lu Qingdi, Prince Rue, and Princess Minxiang were all present. His parents and 2 biological children were present. This was probably a happy and harmonious family. Not to mention now, even if Li Hongyuan went back 10 years, he wouldn't feel anything about this scene. Of course, at that time, he would already be an old thing in a tender shell. If he was really 10 years old, he might feel sad, or perhaps he wouldn't feel anything. After all, noble consort Su treated him as her biological son and had never neglected him. However, that time was too long ago for him. How could he still remember such insignificant things? Before he got close, noble consort Su had already seen him and hurriedly waved at him. She was brimming with joy and the gentleness of a loving mother. It was as if with the appearance of this son, the 2 children that crawled out of her womb could be cast aside. Princess Minxiang, who was originally smiling happily, immediately froze. Among all the siblings, including the cousins, Princess Minxiang was the second most afraid of him. In fact, everyone knew that Li Hongyuan actually treated this younger sister quite well. At least, he had never done anything to her. Sometimes he would even give her some good things. However, Princess Minxiang was inexplicably afraid of him. "Mother, did you send someone to call 6th brother over?" Princess Minxiang's voice was trembling. "Yes, what's wrong?" Noble consort Su touched her hand. It was impossible for her not to notice her daughter's true feelings toward her son. After all, it wasn't just a day or 2, but several years. In fact, she had tried her best to avoid the 2 of them meeting. However, no matter how much she tried to avoid it, it was impossible for them to not meet forever. Because her son didn't do anything wrong, she couldn't even let Lu Qingdi know about this. Otherwise, he might not like Minxiang. There aren't many chances to meet each other. You should take advantage of this opportunity to kiss each other properly. Princess Minxiang wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Mother, what's wrong with Minxiang?" Lu Qingdi also turned to look at her. Her face was a bit pale, and her expression wasn't right. "Not feeling well? If you don't feel well, call the imperial physician." "However, weren't you fine just now?" Imperial consort Su gently squeezed her hand. Princess Minxiang immediately smiled. "Many thanks for imperial father's concern. Daughter is fine. It's just that when I saw 6th brother, I suddenly thought of the dream I had last night. In the dream, 6th brother scared me. Since that's the case, then imperial father will teach him a lesson for you. Let him scare people even in his dream." "No way. Dreams are all fake. 6th brother treats daughter the best. How can I teach 6th brother a lesson because of this?" Princess Minxiang pouted unhappily. Lu Qingdi laughed. "Your servant girl is just like your mother. You only know how to protect him. Although he said that, Lu Qingdi was happy from the bottom of his heart. That evil creature's temper was too bad. His siblings weren't close to him. As his father, he still hoped that he could have a pure blood relationship with him. Princess Minxiang also covered her mouth and smiled. Only noble consort Su, who was holding her hand, knew that her palm was already sweaty. Could Princess Minxiang clearly express her dislike for this sixth imperial brother? Of course she could. She could stay far away from him, just like the other siblings. However, if she did that, just as noble consort Su thought, her position in Lu Qingdi's heart would plummet. It was reasonable for others to distance themselves from Li Hongyuan, including her own brother, Li Hongming. However, she couldn't. She wasn't as favored as Li Hongyuan. When Li Hongyuan didn't do anything wrong, if she distanced herself from her brother, it would only make Lu Qingdi think that she was cold and cold-hearted. She would be disliked. Li Hongming naturally knew all of this. He wasn't like noble consort Su, who had deep feelings for Li Hongyuan. He had always been suspicious of Li Hongyuan. However, as the person involved, even Minxiang couldn't say anything. He could only suppress his suspicions in his heart. If he said it out loud, not only would it not affect Li Hongyuan, it might even cause him to suffer. It was true that Minxiang was his biological sister. However, a sister who didn't even have much value in a marriage alliance was just SOSO. Li Hongyuan walked in and paid his respects. He knew what the current atmosphere was, but he didn't care. It was enough to teach Minxiang a lesson once. When she was obedient, who would have the time to care about her? As for what would happen to her in the future, it was completely out of Li Hongyuan's consideration. Whether she lived or died, whether she was good or bad, it was all the same. Princess Minxiang stood up and greeted him. She very properly called him sixth brother very intimately. Li Hongyuan smiled faintly. Minxiang is becoming more and more beautiful. Actually, Li Hongyuan didn't smile often. Who knew how many people would be stunned when they suddenly saw it? Just like right now, even his mother seemed to be mesmerized. However, after noble consort Su regained her senses, she subconsciously looked at Lu Qingdi. Even she could feel that this smile was similar to the one in her memory. How could he not know? Sure enough, Lu Qingdi stared at his son in a daze. No one would think that he was looking at his son. Li Hongming also saw it. His face turned green, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He actually had some impression of the imperial noble consort, but it wasn't deep. He seemed to think that she was a woman who was very beautiful when she smiled and seemed to have touched his head gently before. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, his mother said that old sixth looked very similar to her, especially when they were young. It was as if they were carved out of the same mold. However, he was a man after all. As he grew older, when the characteristics of a man became more obvious, the degree of similarity would decrease. However, from his imperial father's expression, he knew that his imperial father would never forget her. It was said that a son's status depended on his mother. Even though his mother had firmly told him that his father would not give the throne to his sixth son, he was still very afraid in his heart, leaving the throne to his favorite son. How many emperors had done this in history? Li Hongyuan didn't seem to notice their colorful expressions at all. Mother, Minxiang is of age now. Has her husband been chosen? Li Hongyuan's words pulled everyone back to reality. Imperial noble consort Su's expression froze for a moment. She seemed to have just realized what Li Hongyuan had said and smiled. Basically, it's already been chosen. It will probably be completely settled after we return from the summer vacation. The person that Imperial Mother has chosen must be the best. However, there's always a chance. No one can be sure of the future. Minxiang, if he wronged you in the future, just tell sixth brother. Sixth brother will help you deal with him. Thank you, sixth brother. Princess Minxiang said with a smile and a trace of shyness on her face. Lu Qingdi hid the disappointment on his face and snorted coldly. You evil creature. If you deal with him, how can he still be alive? You want your sister to become a widow, don't you? What is your majesty saying? You make it sound as if Yuan-Er is cruel. Yuan-Er's temper is a bit bad, but he has never taken someone's life easily. Minxiang's future husband is his younger sister's husband. Yuan-Er will definitely know when to stop. Yuan-Er's heart is full of love for his sister. I can't let you distort it, Imperial Noble Consort, Su said with a smile. Then Imperial Father, just take it that Aken has nothing better to do and is meddling in other people's business. Speaking of which, Minxiang still has her biological older brother. How can Aken have a turn? Li Honyuan didn't care. He lifted his robe and sat down at the side. Evil creature. Lu Qingdi picked up the plate of pastries beside him and threw it over. Li Honyuan tilted his head, and the plate fell to the ground and shattered. The few pastries scattered everywhere. Saying such heart-wrenching words, your mother raised you for nothing. Li Honyuan didn't even look at him. Lu Qingdi was so angry that he choked. On the other hand, Imperial Noble Consort Su covered her mouth and laughed. My beloved consort, you can still laugh after raising such an ingrate? If it were me, I would definitely want to beat him to death. Your Majesty, this concubine can't bear to do that. Besides, Yuan is trying to stop you, not this concubine. As his mother, how can this concubine not know what Yuan is thinking? This concubine regards him as her son, and Yuan naturally regards this concubine as his biological mother. It was you who said something first. And it's not the first day you know what kind of temper he has. And it's my fault. Lu Qingdi raised his eyebrows and glared. That's what your Majesty said. I didn't say anything. Imperial Noble Consort Su looked at him with a smile. Imperial Noble Consort Su had been by Lu Qingdi's side for 20 to 30 years and had always been favored. The reason was not one-sided. Because she had a good grasp of Lu Qingdi's emotions, she didn't have to worry about offending him when she occasionally joked or said something rebellious. On the contrary, it made Lu Qingdi experience something that he couldn't experience elsewhere, such as the warmth between an ordinary husband and wife. Who doesn't know that Minxiang likes sixth brother the most? As her third brother, I sometimes get jealous. Besides, it's obvious that sixth brother likes Minxiang. As brothers and sisters, we can't help but be envious. Sometimes I also want sixth brother to help her vent her anger. Unfortunately, I don't have that charm. Li Hongming interrupted with a smile. As an elder brother, you want your younger brother to help you vent your anger. How can you say that? Lu Qingdi scolded with a smile. Therefore, Lu Qingdi's face was like that of a child in June, changing constantly. It can't be helped. Sixth brother's fame is too great. It's not difficult for him to suppress everyone. Sometimes, son's mouth is dry from talking. It's better to use sixth brother's name. Li Hongming seemed to be helpless. Lu Qingdi's smile faded a little. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. This evil creature is a hooligan. His reputation as a hooligan is well known. Why? Do you often meet another group of hooligans? Those who often dealt with hooligans could basically be classified as idle dandy. Li Honyuan could, but Li Hongming dared to do so. He would definitely be severely punished. How could Li Hongming not know that he said something wrong? When he met Imperial Noble Consort Su's indifferent eyes, his heart trembled. How can that be? Son is just a little envious of sixth brother because he's too carefree. Naturally, I can't wait to drag him back to share Imperial Father's worries. Among the brothers, he's the most leisurely. Not to mention son, I reckon that even my younger brothers who are still in school want to beat him up. Lu Qingdi glanced at him. Let him do things. You're saying that you're going to spend all your time outside of work cleaning up his mess? Just take care of yourself. He'll be like this for the rest of his life. Perhaps Lu Qingdi's last sentence wasn't just for Li Hongming to hear. It wasn't the first time that Li Honyuan heard Lu Qingdi say such specious words. It sounded like he expected better from him, but it was also a different kind of warning, telling him not to have any thoughts that he shouldn't have. Li Honyuan never took it seriously. If he really counted on his father, he didn't need to mingle. It was better for him to tuck his tail between his legs early on. Li Honyuan wasn't a person who was willing to be ordinary. Even in his previous life, before he encountered an accident, he wasn't a person who followed the rules. To be honest, if it wasn't for Imperial Noble Consort Su, he probably would have fought with his other brothers to the death from the beginning. It could only be said that Imperial Noble Consort Su was too successful as a person and as a mother. Leaving these aside, they talked about some other interesting things. Li Honyuan leaned lazily on the side, listless, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Imperial noble consort Su looked at him with a smile. What did Yuan do last night? What did he do? Meet a beauty in private. What else could he do? He was telling the truth. You're never serious. When Li Honyuan went out, although it was always eunuch Mu who took care of the trivial matters, it wasn't the case in other people's eyes. He also had 4 beautiful maids by his side. He used a side courtyard in the capital to raise beauties, and none of his maids had a status in his harem. However, no one believed that his maids were still virgins. However, because those 4 rarely showed up, it didn't arouse anyone's suspicion. He didn't bring anyone else with him on this trip. These 4 were by his side, meeting beauties at night. Who else could it be other than them? As the saying goes, food and sex are part of human nature. How is it not serious? Li Hongyuan's sitting posture became even more limp, as if his bones had been pulled out. Okay, whatever you say. Imperial noble consort, Su said, and gestured to an auntie beside her. That auntie squatted and left. Soon, she came back, followed by a line of beauties. These are the palace maids sent to the temporary imperial residence by the subordinates. You can pick 2 and take them back. Before the emperor went to the temporary imperial residence, he had arranged for beauties to be sent to the temporary imperial residence. This was something he was accustomed to, just like how he would select women from all over the country to fill his harem every year. As for these women, most of them were daughters of officials from all over the country. It was just that their fathers were all minor officials. The purpose of those people was nothing more than to climb up the social ladder. The people above them naturally wanted to climb to a higher position. The biggest characteristic of these women was their beauty. If these women were favored and doted on, it would bring great benefits to those people. If it was just a small official whose daughter flew up to a branch and became a phoenix, then it would be like a man ascending to the Tao and his chickens and dogs ascending to the heavens. Even a group of people who sent her up would benefit. Perhaps they would be able to secretly dream of things that they shouldn't dream of. However, it wasn't as if there weren't any beautiful dreams that came true in history. Speaking of these women, the ones who disliked them the most were probably the young imperial concubines who accompanied them. To them, traveling with the emperor was a rare opportunity. Compared to when they were in the palace, there were much fewer people fighting over them. If they served the emperor more often, they might be able to conceive a son. Now that they were pregnant, of course, they didn't expect them to fight for anything. They just wanted to have someone to rely on. In the future, when the emperor passed away, their son would be conferred the title of prince. When that time came, they would follow their son out of the palace and become an imperial concubine. For those who had served the emperor before, it was probably the best way out. Otherwise, when the time came, they would become nuns or, even worse, directly be buried with the emperor. However, they never expected that there would be a group of little vixens waiting in the temporary imperial residence. When they found out about this situation, they didn't know how many handkerchiefs they had torn, but in the end, they were helpless. Didn't they see that the imperial concubine with the highest rank had a calm face and didn't say a word? Thus, it wasn't their turn to speak. Imperial concubine, Su was even in a good mood to summon these women. They all thought that she wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand and choose them to strengthen her favor. Now they finally knew her intention. It turned out that she chose them for her son. Looking at Lu Qingdi's indifferent expression, perhaps he had known about it long ago, or perhaps he wasn't so passionate about beauties now. So he was like this. There were a total of 8 women. Some were dressed elegantly, some were beautiful, some were gentle, and some were playful. In short, each had their own merits. Li Honyuan looked at them indifferently. They probably already knew who the master was. Each of them secretly glanced at him. After meeting his gaze, they quickly lowered their heads and blushed. Even if they were familiar with Li Hongyuan's virtue, many people still fell for him, not to mention these people who didn't know it all. Such a handsome man seemed to be favored. Wouldn't it be better to follow such a person than to follow the emperor? Although the emperor didn't look too old, He couldn't be compared to his son's strong body. In short, these 8 women were completely bewitched by Li Hongyuan without understanding the situation. They forgot their original purpose and the expectations of the people who sent them in. As a result, there were 2 or 3 bold women. Some were shy, some were natural and unrestrained, and some were smiling sweetly. They looked at Li Hongyuan, intentionally or unintentionally, in an attempt to attract his attention. Li Hongyuan's eyes wandered around. Imperial Mother, leave it to the other brothers. This son is not interested. As soon as these words came out, the 8 beautiful women all showed disappointed expressions. There was even one who moved her feet as if she wanted to directly recommend herself to be his pillow. Fortunately, she restrained herself. Imperial concubine Su saw that his expression didn't change, and he really looked disinterested. She raised her eyebrows. Is Yuan feeling unwell? The others followed and looked over. Imperial Mother, why do you say that? Imperial concubine Su smiled faintly, unusually graceful and dignified. It's just that there's been no one by Yuan side for a long time. Li Hongyuan restrained some of his laziness and looked at Imperial concubine Su with some surprise in his eyes. Imperial Mother is thinking too much. Imperial concubine Su coughed lightly. In fact, she was also a little embarrassed. It's good that you're fine. Li Hongyuan nodded. Of course I'm fine. This son just feels annoyed and doesn't want to raise people to play with for the time being. It's not to the point where there is no one to serve me. In that case, just casually pick 2 to serve me tea. As servant girls, they didn't need to be pampered. If they liked them, they could look at them a few more times. If they didn't like them, they could be thrown aside. Occasionally, they could be used to relieve boredom at night. To put it bluntly, they were just playthings. There was still no progress on his wife's side. If he brought them back, even if he didn't touch them at all, no one would believe that he really cultivated his body and mind. When would he be able to wash off the dirty water on his body? Therefore, he definitely couldn't accept them. This time, he seemed to be carefully sizing them up. They're too ugly. Don't. Chapter 192. They're too ugly. I don't want them. His tone was flat. He retracted his gaze and leaned back lazily. Not to mention that the smiles of the 8 beauties froze on their faces. The expressions of the other people present also cracked a little. Everyone knew that these women were only palace maids in name. Whether they could really only be palace maids or not, they could only be palace maids in the end. In essence, they were just bed warmers. Even if it was not the emperor, it was still a noble prince. Naturally, they were all carefully selected. Otherwise, if they failed to win the emperor's favor, they would be accused of being disrespectful. In terms of color, they might be more outstanding than a regular talent show. After all, this was Qi Yuan casting a net from top to bottom. The scope was much wider than a talent show. How could they be ugly? I think they are all very beautiful. How are they ugly? Since father thinks they are beautiful, then take them all. Li Hongyuan said lightly. Bastard, the people your mother chose for you are simply because mother prepared them for me. Father, you have some scruples. Originally, you still wanted to take them all. This time, Lu Qingdi directly picked up a cup and smashed it. The person who was smashed didn't blush, but the others were scared half to death, especially those who saw this scene for the first time. As the saying went, when the emperor was angry, although the current situation was not to the point of millions of corpses, it was still absolutely frightening. They all panicked and shrank like quails. How could they be in a mood to show their beauty? Li Hongyuan frowned and flicked a few drops of water that splashed on his body. Father, your temper is getting more and more irritable. If you have excessive internal heat because of the hot weather, you should ask the imperial physician to prescribe some medicine to reduce internal heat. If you throw things randomly and I don't avoid them, won't I be disfigured? I have a foundation in martial arts and my hands and feet are quite agile. I can basically avoid them. What if you accidentally hit someone else, such as mother? What should I do? Lu Qingdi was easily angered by Li Hongyuan. Now, he didn't want to scold him anymore. He just wanted to beat him. However, this evil creature wouldn't stand there obediently like the others. If you really ordered him to kneel down, he would do it. At that time, he wouldn't be able to do it. However, if he didn't vent his anger, he would panic and want to take something and hit him. Your Majesty. Noble consort Su hurriedly reached out to stop him. Calm down. You know Yuan Er's temper, but it's just as Yuan Er said, if you don't dodge and get hurt, you'll be the one to feel the heartache. In the end, Lu Qingdi didn't throw it again. Noble consort Su looked at Li Hanyuan again and felt helpless. Her son didn't pay much attention to other people, so why did he like to quarrel with his imperial father? Can't you stop making your imperial father angry? Li Hanyuan glanced at Lu Qingdi and curled the corners of his mouth. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed particularly sarcastic. To ordinary people, this was a provocation, not to mention that the other party was the emperor. However, after the provocative gaze, it was followed by noble consort Su's pleading gaze. In the end, Lu Qingdi endured it and looked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Yuan Er, if you continue to be like this, go outside and kneel. Noble consort, Su said rather sternly, but there was helplessness in her eyes. She signaled Li Hanyuan to control his temper and stop before going too far. Don't really annoy your imperial father. Li Hanyuan lowered his head slightly and lowered his eyes. He seemed to have obeyed noble consort Su's words and looked bored. Noble consort Su chuckled and returned to the 8 beautiful women. Imperial mother also thinks that they're pretty. Yuan Er, tell me, which part of them are ugly? If you can really say 1, 2, 3, Imperial mother won't force you. If you can't, then it won't be as simple as just picking 2 people. Noble consort Su's expression indicated that she wanted him to take all of them back. Their skin is rough and dark, their legs are short, and their waists are hard. Their faces are covered with such a thick layer of powder that even the spots can be seen. After washing their faces, won't they just look like a ghost? I don't know what kind of inferior incense they use on their bodies, but it's so thick that it stinks. This son really doesn't know which part is good and which part is beautiful. Li Hanyuan said without the slightest trace of politeness. The 8 women, who had always been quite confident and satisfied with their external conditions, bit their lips at this moment, and tears welled up in their eyes. How could they feel wrong to be belittled like this? Noble consort Su was speechless. If you're so picky, then there probably aren't any beauties in the world. Which part is rough? Which part is dark? They're clearly all soft and tender. They're standing perfectly fine. So how can you tell that their waists are hard? Their legs are short? Noble consort Su glanced at them. Not all of them are short. Most people have spots on their faces, so it's normal to use powder to cover them up. How many women don't use powder? If you don't like this incense, then you can just change it to something you like. You're purely nitpicking, so it doesn't count. This son's requirements aren't high. Their skin should be like cream, whiter than snow, and even without makeup, they should still be outstanding and flawless. Their waist should be flexible, but not fragile, and their legs should be slender and straight. They shouldn't use any incense on their bodies, and their sweat should also have a pleasant fragrance. Imperial mother, this son isn't being picky, but this son really can't do it with women like this. To put it bluntly, he was talking about Jingwan. If Jingwan wasn't like this now and had gone through a lot of hardships, he would probably say something else. Even if her skin was dark and rough, he could still say that she was wild and beautiful. How could this be called not high requirements? Could it be that all the women who served you in the past were of this standard? If that was the case, why didn't others notice it and let him take all of them? Don't think that her son was the only one who forcefully snatched women. It was just that the others weren't as serious and were overshadowed by his light. When I'm interested, I can naturally lower my standards. When he wasn't interested, he didn't want them if they didn't meet his standards. All right. Don't talk about this with Imperial Mother. If you don't want them, then forget it. Can Imperial Mother force you to do something like this? Noble consort Su waved her hand impatiently. It's this son's fault. I've troubled Imperial Mother. Li Hanyuan said rather apologetically. Noble consort Su was startled. You child, this isn't what Imperial Mother meant. Imperial Mother hasn't done anything yet, but you're already thinking too much. You're a grown man, but you're acting like a little girl now. She was helpless and amused. Li Hanyuan smiled. This son knows that Imperial Mother treats this son well and has always remembered it. It's just that this son has no way to repay you and even makes Imperial Mother sad from time to time. What are you saying? The more you say, the more inappropriate you become. Noble consort Su smiled, but turned her head and used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. If you really feel this way, then will you listen to Imperial Mother for everything in the future? Li Hanyuan had never been a person who played with warmth. Just because he didn't play with it, the damage he caused when he did it once in a while was absolutely unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, he made noble consort Su cry, made Lu Chengbi soften into a mess, and made Princess Min Xiang's fear of him decrease sharply. The 8 women who had been humiliated by him couldn't help but steal glances at him. As for Li Hongming, he was a person who didn't see eye to eye. This kind of warmth would probably only intensify his disgust. However, these people, what do they have to do with him? Li Hanyuan shook his head. This son is used to messing around. I'm afraid I can't listen to anyone. So, Imperial Mother, this son is very sorry. If there's a next life, silly child, you don't need to say anything. Imperial Mother knows. Noble consort, Su warmly said. Li Hanyuan smiled faintly. If there's a next life, it probably won't have anything to do with you. Maybe I'll cripple your son early on. Even if you're in a high position, I'll pull you down and trample you into the mud. I just don't know if the you at that time will still be a loving mother like you are now. The 8 women who had been degraded by Li Hanyuan naturally couldn't stay in Lu Qingdi's harem. Li Hongming also wouldn't want them. Those who cared about face probably wouldn't reach out their hand again. Let's ask, other people looked down on you, yet you pulled them back. Do you want to be ridiculed? Or do you want people to say that you have no taste? Of course, there were those who didn't take it seriously and didn't hesitate to express that their standards weren't as high as Jin Qinhuang's. After the 8 women were taken away, they couldn't hold it in anymore and cried their hearts out. Where was the arrogance and complacency that they had when they were first selected by noble consort Su? Because they climbed high, they fell miserably. Although they were only one step higher than the others, it was enough to make the other women double the mockery. Who told you to be high and mighty, flaunting your prowess? Who told you to humiliate me? That was double the hatred. If you don't take revenge now, when will you? This joke was naturally quickly known by others. Everyone's reactions were different, although the final result made many people satisfied. After all, the remaining women probably wouldn't be easily provoked. But it also made many people feel that it was really worthy of Su Shi's unfailing favor. They thought that she was used to consolidate favor, but in the end, she was chosen for her son. According to Lu Qingdi's favor towards Jin Qinhuang, Lu Qingdi naturally wouldn't object to choosing people for him. Perhaps he would be very happy. Noble consort Su let Jin Qinhuang stir up the situation again. So basically, it was the same as overturning a boat with a pole. This woman really wasn't sinister and treacherous. She effortlessly dealt with the potential enemy. On the other hand, Qin Shufei only smiled faintly after hearing this. She said softly, "Everyone says that he is the most unrestrained and unrestrained. Who would have thought that he is actually the most infatuated and loyal? I really want to see how far he can go after they get married. Whether Luo Sangunyang is blessed or not, we will see when the time comes. Nyang Nyang, please forgive this servant." This servant didn't hear what you said clearly. Can you say it again? The palace servant asked for forgiveness. Qin Shufei's temperament was good and her position was high enough. In the inner palace, she didn't fight or snatch. Although she wasn't as favored as noble consort Su, she wasn't considered bad. In the entire inner palace, there was probably no one who lived more comfortably than her. Because of this, the people who served her were more relaxed than other places and were slightly more daring. If it was another person, they wouldn't dare to say such words. Qin Shufei waved her hand. It's nothing. Bingong was just talking to herself. That's right, go invite Princess Gongqin over. In any case, she was her niece. She should warn her a few more times, and not be incited by others to do things that she shouldn't do. Originally, she didn't need to do this kind of thing. However, that elder brother of hers had a violent temper and refused to speak properly. If she didn't explain things clearly to her, she might feel even more conflicted. After a long time, if other people whispered into her ear and she did something irreversible, it would be even more troublesome. Yes, Nyang Nyang. Li Hanyuan stayed for half a day and ate lunch with noble consort Su and the others. He didn't leave the temporary imperial residence and strolled back to his own courtyard. On the way, he met other brothers who looked at him with a bit of hidden bitterness. Li Hanyuan was naturally clear about the inner workings, but these things had nothing to do with him. If they really had such thoughts, how could they shrink back just because of a few words from him? In the end, they didn't want face and wanted to leave a good impression with their father. Since that was the case, what was the point of being tainted by beauties? You had to give up something to gain something. It was impossible to not give up anything and still want to get everything. Li Hanyuan had 4 maidservants. 2 were left in the temporary imperial residence, and 2 were left outside. At this time, Li Hanyuan looked at the maidservants standing in front of him with lowered eyebrows. To be honest, they could be considered first-class beauties and weren't inferior to the previous 8. In the past, as long as they did their jobs well, Li Hanyuan couldn't be bothered to look at them. But now, noble consort Su hadn't sent anyone to him for several years. He hadn't taken care of anyone for only a few months, but she had already started to care about her son. Of course, if he refused, she wouldn't force him. However, the 4 maidservants by his side were all virgins. It was said that some people's eyes were very sharp. If this continued, sooner or later, clues would be found out. His marriage with Juan had already been set. Even if it was discovered, it didn't matter. It would definitely not be linked to Juan. At most, it would be another round of wild guesses. For example, he was actually impotent. As long as these words didn't come from his wife's mouth, who would like to say it? However, it was still troublesome. If her fiancé was impotent, as his fiancée, she would definitely be involved in the rumors and be pointed at by others. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. Also, his so-called parents would probably be so worried that their hair would turn white. Even if they lost all their hair, it would have nothing to do with him. However, he was afraid that his ears would grow calluses. Therefore, it was better for these 4 maidservants to lose their virginity. Find yourself a man and consummate your marriage tonight. After the princess consort marries into the family, we will hold the wedding. Their master had always been too lazy to talk to them. Although they didn't know as much as the personal bodyguards and shadow guards, they were very clear that the Luo family's 3rd young lady had an extraordinary position in their master's heart. Originally, when they were suddenly called over, they were uneasy. Did they do something wrong to make their master unhappy? For them, there was nothing more frightening than this. Their master's temper was indeed bad, but in fact, as long as they did their jobs well, their days were the most leisurely and relaxed. Because from the beginning, they had already given up the idea of climbing into the bed. They didn't need to compete for favor. Everyone was the same, so naturally, they could get along with each other in harmony. There was no scheming against each other, and their monthly salary was also high. In the entire capital, there was probably no other maidservant who could compare to them. Losing this job was the last thing they wanted. However, what did their master say? Find someone to consummate their marriage? Did they hear wrongly? Why? Is there a problem? Both of them trembled and replied without thinking. Replying to master, there is no problem. In that case, you may leave. After the 2 of them left and returned to their rooms, they couldn't help but look at each other. What did he mean by no problem? There was a big problem. She wanted a girl to find a man for herself, and she even had to consummate the marriage tonight. She couldn't play with him like this. If master wanted to marry them off, he could have just pointed to someone. Obeying master's orders was a matter of course, and it was more than awkward. Now that they were offering themselves to a man to sleep with, they didn't have to worry about being rejected, but they would definitely be looked at strangely. Even if they got married in the future, the other party would still have a knot in his heart. For a moment, they wanted to cry, but had no tears. Qing Shi, what should we do? Chingu tugged at her handkerchief, her face full of anxiety. Don't you have someone in your heart? Go find him. I'll just randomly find someone. Qing sure appeared to be more indifferent. But no buts. Master means what he says. If he wants to find a man, we have to find one. If he wants to consummate our marriage tonight, we have to consummate our marriage tonight. Is Qing Ci the same as Qing Fu? Most likely. Master has always treated everyone equally. I'll go find him tonight. If he's not willing, I'll just randomly find someone. Qing said in a fit of pique and helplessness. What about you? Do you have someone in mind? Qing sure smiled faintly and didn't say anything. As for Eunuch Mu, who was basically always at the side, he also didn't know what to say. Sure enough, his master was a scourge. Not only did he harm outsiders, but he also harmed his own people. In any case, those beautiful servant girls also served him. Even if they didn't make any contributions or hard work, they were still under his name. Not to mention what the people who were chosen by those servant girls would think if they were married off in the future. It wouldn't sound good. Fine, at that time, it was the princess consort who married them off. At worst, the princess consort would bear the title of a jealous woman. It was a small matter. Fart. Eunuch Mu kept a straight face and cursed seriously in his heart. If the princess consort knew the cause and effect, what kind of expression would she have? Then he glanced at an E, who was also pretending to be a blockhead. As the head of the secret guards and the leader of the guards, because of his special status, he shouldn't be like other secret guards who had to wait until he retired to get married. However, the 4 servant girls only knew his identity on the surface. Maybe he had been targeted at this moment. Eunuch Mu was a little gloating. An E, master. An E immediately knelt down on one knee and waited for orders. Send someone to inform Imperial Uncle Zhong that this prince feels that there are too few people serving him. Yes. So, not long after Lu Qingdi woke up from his afternoon nap and was about to read the memorial, Prince Zhong came to the door. Brother, I heard that there are 8 beauties, but nephew Han Yuan dislikes them very much. He dislikes them, but I don't dislike them. Give them all to me. It happens that I didn't bring many servants with me this time. Lu Qingdi looked at him for a moment. This younger brother was also a person who didn't abstain from meat and vegetables. He didn't do his job all day long. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. Even his sons were a group of bastards. However, he owed him after all. He knew what he was doing and didn't commit any major crimes. At most, it was just some trifles that attracted cats and dogs. It didn't matter if he raised him for a lifetime. Even if he died and his son ascended the throne, he was still an elder who didn't participate in the party struggle. Naturally, he wouldn't be mean to him. As for his children and grandchildren after his death, he couldn't care so much. Go to the imperial consort. Take it easy on yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Prince Zhong laughed carelessly. Brother, don't worry. I know. Lu Qingdi waved his hand, telling him to get lost quickly. It was annoying just to look at him. Prince Zhong quickly got lost. He went to the imperial consort Su and asked for the girls. Then, he proudly took the 8 dispirited beauties away. He didn't even care about those who were gossiping. What was face? How much was that thing worth? What was real? Everything else was fake. Don't think that he didn't hear the jealousy in some people's words. Therefore, when he met people who didn't take face seriously, he was the only one who was depressed. However, after Prince Zhong went back, the smile on his face disappeared. It could be seen that he wasn't as happy as he looked on the surface. It was true that he had been muddling along, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a brain. It was just that reality made him compromise again and again. In the end, he got used to it. He was used to making jokes and lowering his head in front of Strong. If his arm couldn't twist the thigh of others, then he wouldn't twist it. Isn't it good to just muddle along and wait for death? Prince Zhong laughed at himself. Then, he grabbed the beauties with each hand and entered the room. Life was short. It was time to enjoy it. Because he was in a bad mood, it was inevitable that he wouldn't be so gentle. In addition, it was the first time that the beauties had sex with him. The result could be imagined. Prince Zhong's consort was deposed, but his 2 concubines were still there. Therefore, it seemed that no one thought that Prince Zhong's 2 concubines were actually full. Then, what should Ruan Fangfei do? Promote her to princess consort? Or demote a concubine? Or break the tradition and make her the 3rd concubine? The first was obviously impossible. Lu Qingdi firmly believed in Master Liaoqin's words and would definitely suppress Ruan Fangfei. The second was that in order to compensate Prince Zhong, his 2 concubines were of good birth and had children. They didn't do anything wrong. What reason did he have to demote them? Then, the third might be the only choice. However, the ancestral law was there. How could she deserve it? In the end, she might have the title of concubine, but her name wouldn't be on the Imperial Jade Archive. The result would be neither fish nor fowl. So far, who had realized this? Li Honyuan probably didn't realize that Ruan Fangfei wasn't worthy of his attention. But there were 2 people who definitely knew. They were Prince Zhong's 2 concubines. Their family backgrounds were similar. Without that vulgar and stupid consort suppression, it was very likely that one of them would be promoted. Yes, what they saw was not only the threat that Ruan Fangfei brought, but also the opportunity. Why did they have to demote her to make room for her? Knowing Prince Zhong's character, they naturally didn't count on him. The 2 arranged the 8 women very tacitly. It was still uncertain whether the 2 who were already favored would be promoted to concubines. After all, there were 6 more. They couldn't promote all of them to concubines after they were favored. There was also a quota for the number of concubines a prince could have. Prince Zhong was full, and the depression in his heart also disappeared. Anyway, this benefit was his. Send an invitation to Miss Ruan. Invite her to the manor to admire the flowers and drink tea. Prince Zhong ordered the 2 concubines. The 2 looked at each other and smiled at the same level. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 193. Prince Zhong's side concubine invited Ruan Fangfei because she wanted to know her temperament. No matter how much she heard, if there was no interaction, everything was in vain. As the saying goes, seeing is believing and hearing is false. Sometimes, seeing may not be true. Therefore, to want to see him or her, no matter who it was a very normal thing. The 2 side concubines were about the same age as Ruan Fangfei's mother. However, if you were going to snatch their rice bowl, they would not be like your mother, protecting you everywhere and thinking for you and everything. On the contrary, if possible, they would definitely want to trample you to death. Wait, the 2 side concubines, she finally reacted in hindsight. Madame Ruan raised her eyebrows. Other than that, she did not have any other reaction. The current Ruan Fangfei was not so much her daughter, but rather her subordinate. That was something that she should face by herself. As her superior, there was no need for him to worry about it, let alone help her come up with a plan. Besides, he had already taught her the things that belonged to the harem. If she was still so easily stepped on, it would not be a pity even if such a good-for-nothing died. Ruan Fangfei did not wear a veil. The ugly scar on her face pierced into the eyes of everyone who saw her. No matter who it was, they were shocked at first. When they looked at her again, they had a different expression. It was not known if it was more disgust or more pity. There was no doubt that Ruan Fangfei was unlucky. It was better to stay away. As the saying goes, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Ruan Fangfei was now completely unconcerned. Her spirit looked better than before the accident. However, after everyone glanced at her, they hurriedly looked away. Therefore, they did not realize that her entire body was full of charm. Before her mother received the invitation and called her out, she was still fooling around with her new beautiful maid. Madame Ruan glanced at her. Restrain yourself. If something happens to your father now, you won't have a good time. Ruan Fangfei did not seem to hear it. However, her posture became dignified, restrained, and gentle. Madame Ruan handed the invitation to her. Do as you see fit. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Ruan Fangfei sneered. Mother is really heartless. Yesterday, she was still his sweetheart. Now, she had become an existence that he could command at will. Although she was smiling on the surface, she still felt a huge difference in her heart. Just like a noble lady who had fallen into debauchery, even if she had prepared herself mentally, it would still take a process to completely accept it from her body to her heart. This process was destined to be unknown, and it was bound to be painful. Madame Rowan's expression didn't change. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. You can't be a noble lady. Rowan Fangfei coldly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, I won't let go of anyone who caused me to be in this situation today. As long as they weren't dissolute by nature, how many women would choose not to be a good person and live a clean life? The next day, Rowan Fangfei tidied up and went out as a guest. She still had to maintain her manners. Imitating Sun Yijia's makeup, Rowan Fangfei also put on makeup for herself, but the style was completely different. Because the pigments were far less complete than Jing Wan's, the choice was smaller. Moreover, she didn't know that some things couldn't be used on the body. She didn't spend any effort to cover up the black line, but used it as the foundation. It should be said that Rowan Fangfei was indeed a talented girl who was all-round. The final effect was very good. It covered up the elegance of a hibiscus emerging from the water and presented a different kind of charm and enchanting. Rowan Fangfei hooked her dark red lips and smiled. So what if she was disfigured? Men couldn't escape from her palms either. How could these two old women compare to her? However, it had to be said that Rowan Fangfei's experience was still too little. Behind the open and above board, there might be a trap. When she knew that the person behind the scenes was Li Hongyuan, she should have enough vigilance. However, Li Hongyuan had been in the underworld for decades in his previous life. In this life, he had made arrangements early and knew what Rowan Fangfei had done. To this extent, if he couldn't deal with a woman in the boudoir, he shouldn't expect to have any ambitions, let alone change his fate. In the end, Rowan Fangfei didn't know Li Hongyuan and didn't know how capable he was. If she knew, she wouldn't be more careful, but completely hide and wouldn't try to provoke him. That was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The disparity in strength was too great. There was no comparison at all. Rowan Fangfei was led to the backyard of Prince Zhong's courtyard. Then, Rowan Fangfei saw Prince Zhong in the pavilion. If she still didn't react, then she was really hopelessly stupid. She subconsciously took a step back. Then, she realized something and looked back. Sure enough, all the people she brought were invited away. 3 steps away from her, it wasn't the powerful old woman, but a guard with a sword. Rowan Fangfei clenched her fists. Because she was not in good spirits recently, she naturally lost a lot of weight. Her joints were distinct, and her skin was very thin, as if it was transparent. Therefore, the blue veins on the back of her hand were clearly visible. Knowing that she couldn't leave now, she took a deep breath and walked towards Prince Zhong step by step. She didn't know that she was actually walking towards hell. That nightmarish night, a moment that she never wanted to recall, was about to play out in broad daylight. Compared to that time, when she couldn't see anything, everything that happened during the day was completely reflected in her eyes and engraved in her heart. Everyone's expressions, everyone's movements. She was like a masochist, unwilling to close her eyes from beginning to end. Even if she had exquisite makeup, no one gave her a chance to show it. Moreover, in Prince Zhong's eyes, that enchanting makeup was not an ordinary kind of hateful. She was already his woman. Who else did she want to seduce? After a bucket of water, her makeup was smeared, but she didn't wash it clean. Mixed together, it was a disgusting, dirty water. However, this also allowed Prince Zhong to see her true appearance under the makeup. What the hell was this? Although the #1 beauty in the capital had always been controversial, many people recognized Rowan Fangfei. Now that she had become this ugly, Prince Zhong's evil fire burned even more. Even if she had fallen for sex, this voluntary fall was a kind of enjoyment, while forced violence was a kind of torture. It was not only physical, but also spiritual. Unexpectedly, she thought of the first time they had touched that rough palm. Yet, those lowly people who had defiled her were still living well in a place where she could not see. She did not care. She kept them and slowly played with them. That was just self-comfort after not being able to take revenge. Probably because it was really too disgusting, Ruan Fangfei couldn't help but vomit. Prince Zhong was furious. She dared to disgust him with such a ghastly appearance? He ordered people to force the things she vomited back. Ruan Fangfei also grew up in luxury. Although she couldn't be compared to the nobles, she was still a gold and jade. Today, such filth. Naturally, the more it was forced down, the more disgusting it was. The more disgusting it was, the more she vomited. It was simply a vicious cycle. In the end, when Ruan Fangfei was released, she collapsed to the ground, her body twitching slightly. She only felt that her liver and intestines were cut to pieces, and a yellowish liquid was still flowing out from the corner of her mouth. "Someone come, take Miss Ruan away and wash her face properly." Ruan Fangfei was dragged away by two women. Ruan Fangfei was combed neatly. If one didn't look at her dispirited appearance, she seemed to be a pampered girl in the palm of the hand. At this time, it was almost an hour since Ruan Fangfei entered the courtyard. Just like the previous time, they had a sense of propriety. Even if she was injured, it was only some minor injuries. After wearing clothes, it couldn't even be seen at all. At this time, Ruan Fangfei didn't shout hysterically. Instead, she appeared very quiet. There was no hatred in her eyes for these people who humiliated her. Anyone who saw it would feel strange and strange. Prince Zhong looked at her and confirmed that she wasn't stupid because of the blow. He sneered. "Once, outsiders praised you so highly that even many men heard about you. They said that you were really noble and unattainable. It turns out that in your bones, you are a promiscuous woman. It can be seen that this rumor, whether good or bad, is not necessarily credible." Ruan Fangfei raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. "Your Highness, may I ask why?" Prince Zhong understood her meaning immediately. He sneered, "A woman who is even worse than a girl in a brothel. If you want to ask why, it's like asking those men who often sleep with prostitutes why they sleep with a woman who has slept with others. It's as ridiculous as asking those men who often sleep with prostitutes why they sleep with a woman who has slept with others. Besides, this prince is playing in my own home. Could it be that someone will spread the news?" Ruan Fangfei warned herself not to be angry, not to be angry. She revealed a trace of weakness and helplessness. Why does Prince say this? Even if this subject and Prince have been intimate, I have never been tainted with other men. Why are Prince's words so hurtful? What do you have done so? Tears rolled down her cheeks silently. With this man's bad nature, he naturally couldn't see a woman like this. However, Ruan Fangfei's face was disfigured, so the effect was greatly reduced. In addition, Prince Zhong knew the cause and effect. Not only did he not pity her, but he was also furious because she was still pretending at this moment. He waved his hand and slapped her. "Slut!" Ruan Fangfei didn't have much strength at this time. This slap directly knocked her to the ground. Prince Zhong grabbed her hair and pulled her up. He leaned close to her ear. "You ran out to meet men in the middle of the night and ended up sleeping with a group of men. Then you schemed against this prince and made this prince take the blame. You still dare to say that it has nothing to do with others? Just a piece of trash like you wants to cling on to this prince and continue to live a comfortable life of luxury? Wishful thinking. If you behave, this prince will still give you a bite to eat. If you don't, I'll directly throw you into a brothel." Who did Prince hear this from? A slander this subject's daughter? This subject's daughter really didn't. Ruan Fangfei cried uncontrollably. On the surface, she was like this, but in her heart, she was filled with hatred. She had painstakingly schemed to choose the lesser of two evils, but in the end, she was still exposed. Why did he always have to go against her? "You still dare to quibble?" Everyone knew that there was something fishy about the situation at that time. Prince Zhong also deeply hated himself for being so easily tricked. After knowing the whole story, he really wanted to slap this slut to death. Therefore, after this man was schemed against, he became angry out of humiliation instead of reflecting on himself. If she said another word, Prince Zhong might really choke her to death in anger. Ruan Fangfei could only shut up. When she couldn't argue and showed weakness, Ruan Fangfei also put away her pitiful appearance. Prince, my father is still the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. Prince Zhong sneered. If this prince reveals everything about you, how can that old thing still be the Grand Secretary? With such a bad family style, the daughter he raised is so hypocritical and morally corrupt. What qualifications does he have to assist the emperor in ruling the world? Even if he doesn't do anything, how long can he last after being angered by you, this unfilial daughter? Do you really think that you're the smartest person in the world? You don't know that in the eyes of others, you are just a jumping clown. Hearing this, the first person Ruan Fangfei thought of was Li Hongyuan. Other than him, there was no one else. However, even if she was certain that it was him, she didn't have any evidence. Recalling what Li Hongyuan said, he wouldn't easily take her life. Everything had just begun. Finally, a trace of fear for that man was born in her heart. At the same time, she also felt endless jealousy and hatred towards Jingwan. Clearly, that man was the first person she fancied. Don't take what you think is a big deal. To be honest, this prince is a single prince without power and influence. Under normal circumstances, I really don't dare to go against the Grand Secretary. Unfortunately, your Ruan family has declined and lost too quickly. And all of this is because of you. If you don't want a Ruan family to be completely overturned, remember to be on call. When this prince is happy, I might even give you some face as a secondary consort. In any case, this prince is also very excited to see you. Next time when you come, wash your face clean. It is obviously very ugly, but you still painted it so seductively. Who else do you want to seduce? Sure enough, you are a slut who is not content with her family. After venting, his heart was probably satisfied. Prince Zhong asked someone to tidy her up and applied some medicine to her face. He even carefully put on a veil for her. Ruan Fangfei was sent to the carriage. The maidservant trembled with fear and lowered her head, not daring to look at her. Although it was not obvious, as someone who served her closely, how could she not notice it at all? Ruan Fangfei's face was like stagnant water. Everything was not going according to plan. The repeated setbacks made her sober up a lot. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many schemes she had, she could not use them. It did not matter if you were crazy, or crazy. One person could defeat 10 people and make you unable to move. Just because the other party was a prince and was born in the imperial family, other than that, he could still suppress her to the point that she could not breathe. She used to be disdainful of the imperial princesses and did not take them seriously. But now, if she was a princess, even if she was not favored, she would not be bullied like this. The imperial family, the imperial power, but now was not the time to think about this. What could she do to get out of this predicament? After thinking about it, her mother seemed to be the only way out she could find. Li Hongyuan was obviously not as simple as he looked on the surface. Then, was it possible to use this as a threat to make him hesitate to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases? But her mother did not have such an idea at all. The one who was really afraid to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases was her. She was really useless. After operating for so many years, in the end, she was still timid. Ruan Fangfei returned to the Ruan family. She did not want to see anyone in the Ruan family right now. However, things did not go as she wished. When she passed by the small garden, she met Ruan Ruiz Hong, who was drinking tea and playing chess with her. A piece of trash who could not even protect his wife and daughter, and still had the leisure to be here alone. Men were indeed not good things. However, she did not see that he had aged countless times compared to a month ago. In the past, because of proper maintenance, he looked much younger than his actual age. But now it was completely consistent. She did not notice that this man, who had always had high daily requirements, was getting more and more decadent. He had always been meticulous, but there were more strands of messy hair. She also did not notice that he had not touched his favorite flowers and trees for a long time. And in front of her eyes, what was displayed on the chessboard was not leisure, but anxiety and powerlessness. He was a man with his own self-esteem and pride. A month ago, it could be said that he could call the wind and summon the rain. Now, He was isolated and helpless, tasting the hypocrisy of the world that he had not tasted in the past few decades. Because he was the head of the family, the pillar of the family. Everyone had places to express their sorrow, but he did not, and he could not say it. To a certain extent, the pain in his heart, compared to others, would only be worse. He bore the burden of the entire family's decline. It was already a miracle that he had not fallen yet. Greetings to Father. Ruan Fangfei could not help but speak from her heart. No matter what she thought in her heart, she still needed his protection. Ruan Ruizong nodded. I heard from your mother that Prince Zhong's concubine invited you to have tea. How was your trip? Except for the stagnant water in his eyes that could not be melted, he could be considered gentle. Father, don't worry. The two concubines are quite amiable. That's good. Once you enter the prince's mansion, it will not be the same as at home. You forget it. She vented everything that she had suffered before at this moment. Her strikes were vicious and ruthless. However, after a few strikes, her hands became weak. The previous encounter had exhausted her too much, and her stomach was empty. However, if she were to eat now, she would definitely not be able to eat. She threw the whip to the maid next to her. You do it. If one of the whips is not deep enough and there is no blood, I will whip you 10 times. That maid happened to have eaten the whip before, so she did not dare to not use her full strength. Ruan Fangfei sat to the side, and a maidservant served her tea. She glanced at the yellowish tea and remembered the filth she had vomited earlier. Her stomach churned again, and she immediately smashed the cup. Damn cheap maidservant. No one knew what she had experienced. Naturally, they did not know how they had angered her. They could only hurriedly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Ruan Fangfei tore off her veil and threw it to the side. The marks on her face were exposed, and she looked more and more like a real evil spirit. Don't worry, you all have a share. One by one. She did as she said. One by one, one by one, one by one. More than half of the people in the courtyard could not escape. Moreover, they were not allowed to make a sound. Whoever dared to make a sound would be given 10 more whips. Their clothes were torn, and the flesh under the clothes was lacerated. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Looking at their painful expressions, and even those who could not hold on had already fainted, she smiled very happily. At this moment, she discovered that there was no color more beautiful than red in the world, especially that blood-like red. She even reached out and dipped her hand in the blood and licked it. Oh, it's actually so delicious. Fangfei, what are you doing? Old Madame Ruan knew that Ruan Fangfei was venting her anger on the servants, but did not care. Thinking that she had suffered a loss, it did not matter if she vented her anger. However, it continued for a long time. Moreover, if she did not stop it, she was afraid that someone would die. Thus, she made a trip. However, the scene she saw made her frown. This daughter, even the most basic human nature, was slowly degenerating. This kind of person, once she could not control her, she would immediately bite her master. Old Madame Ruan clenched her fists behind her back. Letting her mother do it personally is not a bad idea. Chapter 194. Letting her mother do it herself isn't a bad idea. Li Hongyuan stirred the tea, paused, and put the cup back. He didn't know what method Luo Peishan was going to use to process the tea leaves. If he was slow, it would take a few months, but if he was fast, the tea leaves would be ready by this time. No matter what, he was the one who picked them, so there was nothing wrong with him to take a look. As for Ruan Fangfei, he basically didn't need to do anything. With Uncle Wang there, he only needed to watch over them at the right time. As for Ruan Ruizong, he only needed to give him one more straw. This could be delayed. He already had a plan for when to make a move. It wouldn't take too long. In any case, before returning to the capital, everything should be settled. Who did you look for last night? Li Hanyuan looked indifferently at Qing Shi and Qing Ge, who were bringing the young maidservants to serve lunch. He didn't suspect that they would disobey his orders, nor did he have any interest in the private affairs of his subordinates. It was just that when he saw them, he suddenly thought of it and was a little curious. Qing Ji's hand trembled and almost dropped the plate in her hand. On the other hand, Qing Shi was very calm and naturally reached out to catch it. She then placed it on the table. If she smashed the plate now, it would be equivalent to smashing her little life. Li Hanyuan wouldn't take their lives for such a small matter, but it was certain that he wouldn't let them continue to serve by his side. They would return to where they came from. As for the maidservants who knew some things about Li Hanyuan, even without Li Hongyuan's order, Eunuch Mu wouldn't let them leave in one piece. Not being able to speak or write was the most basic. That was equivalent to being a cripple. Moreover, if they were sent back by their master, there would definitely be a problem. Who else would use them? Among the servants, the situation of flattering the strong and stepping on the weak was even more serious. When in power, those who were older than you would affectionately call you elder sister or master. Once you lost power, they would immediately spit at you and squeeze you to death. Chinga looked at Qing Shi gratefully. Sure enough, she hadn't trained enough and still needed to be sharpened. Serving by Li Hongyuan's side was definitely a very tough thing to do. Basically, being able to smoothly serve under him for 3 months, then if it was outside, others would probably give him a thumbs up and say, "You're not flustered in the face of change, amazing." Who knew that this was the most basic thing in Jinqin Wang Fu? Of course, when faced with the master's sullen face, no one could withstand it. It was clearly something that would make a girl so ashamed that she would be unable to show her face. Just because the master didn't care at all, she had to also not care when replying. Therefore, after putting down the things in her hands, she dismissed the young servant girl and respectfully replied. Replying to master, "It's the brat in charge of all the flowers and plants in the prince's mansion." Qing Shi was the first to speak. Replying to master, "It's the guards." Li Hanyuan raised his hand and Qinga hurriedly shut her mouth. The guards he brought weren't few, but compared to the other brothers, there weren't many. If he only chose from the guards, other than an E, it didn't matter who it was. The maidservants around him also knew their limits. Those people couldn't be chosen, so they should have a plan in their hearts. However, gardener, you chose it yourself? Because of Jingwan, Li Hanyuan valued the flowers and plants in the prince's mansion very much. And the things he looked at, for the people who took care of them, their value would naturally multiply. Therefore, gardeners who didn't have any status elsewhere, in Jinqin Wang Fu, there were many people who fought to be gardeners. Even if they didn't know how to do it, they would also secretly learn, hoping that one day they could compete for the position. In the prince's mansion, there were hundreds of servants, but those who could see Li Hanyuan were actually a minority among the minority. And the people who served by his side were naturally the targets of other people's flattery. However, these people were also not easy to see. No matter where they were, they paid attention to the rules and did their own things. The prince's mansion was so big, but the places they could go were very small. If they dared to walk around randomly, once they were caught, being sold was a light punishment. Although the gardener was slightly valued by Li Hanyuan, it was different from the Yahuan at his side. The Yahuan could know some things, but the gardener couldn't. The reason why Li Hanyuan would bring the gardener over was only because when next year's summer vacation, Wanwan would be with him and not with the Luo family. No matter if it was inside the summer palace or the other courtyards outside, they all needed to be meticulously taken care of. Qing Shi naturally also knew this situation and hesitated. It was he who came to find me. Ben Wang actually didn't know that there was such an idiot like you by my side. Just a random man who came to find you, and you responded? This matter, how did he know? In Jinqin Wang Fu, except for a few people, everyone else also thought that the 4 Yahuan at his side were all there to warm his bed. This matter, if you said it was big, then it was small. But no matter what, the matter related to him was leaked out. Someone must have neglected their duty. At that time, there were only these few people present, so they all knelt down and begged for forgiveness. If there was one matter that was leaked out, it meant that other matters were also possible. The gardener slipped over at the fastest speed. Originally, because he had won the beauty, he was flushed with success. But suddenly such a thing happened. For a moment, he was stunned. Facing his master who was imposing without being angry, He knelt on the ground and trembled. However, Li Hongyuan wasn't interested in handling this matter himself. Muin, Bin Wang only wants results. Yes, master. Mu Gonggong hurriedly responded. He was Li Hongyuan's close attendant and also the steward of Jinqin Wangfu. When there was no accident, naturally everything was fine. But once something happened, it would be difficult for him to absolve himself from the blame. Therefore, at this time, Mu Gonggong also hated to the point of wanting to kill someone. Except for an E, everyone else retreated. Master, do you want to eat? An excellent shadow guard serving his master's meal was also not a problem. Li Hongyuan looked at the large table full of exquisite dishes and didn't have much appetite. Now, it seemed that he didn't want to eat alone. But now, he was in a temporary residence. He didn't even need to eat lunch and left in a hurry. His good Mu Fei would probably nag again. He ate more or less, but the main dishes on the table were not touched. In the summer, who would eat those oily and greasy things? The cook he brought naturally knew his taste. Therefore, these main dishes were in fact sent by Lu Chengdi and concubine Su. Even if they knew his taste, they were afraid that he wouldn't eat well and said that he ate too bland. Therefore, they kept sending. Li Hongyuan ate a little and put down his chopsticks. Take it down. You could divide it. Thank you, master, for the reward. And Yi said. After going out for a moment, he came in with the other brothers and nimbly cleaned up the table. For the servants, these were not the leftovers of the master, but a gift. Without the master's order, the people in the kitchen could only secretly drool after receiving the food. After all, the food that was served to Li Hongyuan, even if it was a small cabbage, was carefully cultivated and extraordinary, not to mention the other dishes. The ingredients used were all first class. Some of the dishes only had one ingredient, and perhaps they would not be able to earn money for the ingredients in the kitchen in their lifetime. How could they not be envious? On Eunuch Mu's side, the results of the interrogation had already come out. It was just a coincidence. The gardener had a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He had long taken a fancy to Qing Shi, but he knew that she was the master's person, so he had been bitterly suppressing himself. Who knew that yesterday in the garden, he accidentally heard Qing Shi talking to a guard. The general idea was vague, but he understood the essence. Then, he excitedly ran out to find Qing Shi. However, he didn't dare to break into the master's courtyard, so he could only wait outside while scratching his ears and cheeks. Even after confirming that Qing Shi was in the main room, he had been anxious and uneasy. He waited until nighttime when he finally saw Qing Shi come out. Because he had waited for too long, from the beginning, he was worried whether Qing Shi would refuse or whether she already had someone else in her heart. When he saw her, he didn't think about anything else and directly went up to her. Therefore, from the beginning, the gardener didn't think about whether Qing Shi was a virgin or not. Even if she wasn't, he wouldn't have minded. In fact, Qing Shi had a bit of a broken jar and had the idea of falling for whoever she met. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dawdled until nighttime. The gardener's appearance was out of her expectations. At that time, she thought that if someone took the initiative, it would save her the embarrassment of taking the initiative. Then, things became so muddle-headed. Only then did Qing Shi realize that there were some problems, but it was too late for regrets. Therefore, she wanted to find an opportunity to explain to the master, but Li Hongyuan asked first. Eunuch Mu had used some extreme methods, and combined with the confessions of several people, he couldn't find any loopholes. Even so, Qing Ji's new lover didn't notice that someone had heard the conversation between Qing Gu and him. Whether it was because he heard something too shocking or not, his attention was all on Qing Gu. He had neglected his duty, so he had to be punished. Qing Gu was also punished. As for Qing Shi, she was negligent and didn't understand the situation clearly before she ran away with someone. That was even more unforgivable. Therefore, these two pairs of Mandarin ducks were not left behind. The most miserable one was the gardener, who was punished severely by Eunuch Mu. He was already half dead. He directly lay in front of Li Hongyuan and couldn't get up. Even so, he still banged his head on the ground and begged Li Hongyuan not to punish Qing Shi. He was willing to bear the punishment for the two of them. Li Hongyuan was infatuated with Jing Wan, but it didn't mean that he would have compassion when he saw other infatuated people. He didn't care about other people, so he didn't look at them and directly got up to leave. Eunuch Mu was about to follow when Li Hanyuan suddenly stopped and turned around. 20 planks. Eunuch Mu's heart trembled. He felt that he was wronged, but he didn't dare to plead for mercy. Yes, Li Hanyuan was already used to it. If it was someone else who didn't understand his temperament, it would only be more troublesome. After Li Hanyuan walked away, Eunuch Mu's face was a bit gloomy. He raised his foot to kick the gardener, but he was blocked halfway by Qing Shi. That's right, the 4 maidservants of Qing Shi, Gu, and Fu were not delicate. They all had a certain foundation in martial arts. Li Hanyuan didn't need those maidservants who couldn't lift or lift their shoulders. When needed, he could use women as men and men as livestock. He wouldn't pity them because they were young or because they were women. There was only one person he would pity, being blocked. Eunuch Mu's face turned even darker, but he could only glare at Qing Shi. There was nothing else he could do. He was Li Hongyuan's personal attendant and Jin Xinwang Fu's steward. These were all true. However, the people around Li Hongyuan, the phenomenon of flattering the high and stepping on the low was the lightest, because it was impossible to put other people's eyes in front of him. Thus, as long as the master was not biased, even if you had more power, it was useless. If there was an internal strife, Li Hanyuan would be able to sweep them all with a spoon. Those that Eunuch Mu could casually step on were those that couldn't squeeze in front of Li Hanyuan. Eunuch Mu could only flick his sleeves and leave. When there were only 2 people left, Qing Shi helped him up. Her heart was very complicated. Originally, she didn't expect to find a good person in this life, but suddenly, an infatuated person appeared. The punishment for 2 people, your little life is gone. Do you want me to find another one after you die? The gardener was stunned. Then I'll help you bear part of it. It's fine as long as it doesn't take my life. In the future, let me take care of everything. Qing Shi, what do you say? Qing Shi looked at this face that could only be considered delicate and pretty. That serious expression with a bit of apprehension, she suddenly burst out laughing. When Li Hanyuan went to Luo family, he didn't hide from anyone and was very calm. He also didn't worry about people suspecting that he was roping in Luo Peishan. Thinking about it, Luo Peishan now had a tendency to develop into a solitary official. Just ask, to support someone to the throne, was it possible to just be a minister of the Ministry of Appointments? When Li Hanyuan entered Luo family's door, he was more leisurely and at ease than when he entered his own home. Those who didn't know would think that this was his home. Luo Peishan's nose and eyes weren't his nose and his nose. Jingwan was also a bit speechless. Wangya, you just came a night before, so you don't need to come so diligently. In the end, Li Hanyuan still gave Luo Peishan some face and didn't completely ignore him. He focused his attention on Jingwan and changed the topic to the tea leaves, indicating that he wanted to take a look. Luo Peishan's expression finally improved a little. Then, he took it out with a bit of intention to show off. It was only a shallow box, less than half the size of a palm. The tea inside looked pitifully small. Only this much. Of course not, Luo Peishan said unhappily. Chapter 195. Li Hanyuan didn't say anything else. He watched as Luo Peishan personally brewed the tea. From time to time, he would turn back and whisper to Jingwan. There was a bit of contentment and relaxation, not to mention the gentle smile on his face from beginning to end. Anyone could see that it was joy from the bottom of his heart. And perhaps Jingwan was affected by him. She also looked leisurely and contented. She was smiling, and her eyes seemed to be shining. Between them, there seemed to be no place for a second person to come between them. When Luo Jingbua and son Yijia slowly walked over, they saw this kind of scene. The husband and wife couldn't help but stare blankly and look at each other. Could it be that Jin Xinwang's rumored great favor is like this? Xiaomei can have such an attitude towards him. It's no wonder that I heard that those women would want to die in the end. Luo Jingbua said, rather emotionally. Sun Yijia looked at him speechlessly. What kind of expression was that to come up with such a damn conclusion? That was a prince, a Qin Wang. It wasn't like he couldn't get the previous woman, and it wasn't like he wanted to get the other party's heart. Would he lower himself to deliberately cater to the other party? Dream on. This clearly showed that he was treating Wan Mimi like this. And to be able to create a world that only belonged to the two of them and not let Wan Mimi notice, Jin Qinhuang really didn't have ordinary good intentions. Sun Yijia felt that for the time being, she should be able to rest assured about Wan Mimi's future days. Then she looked at the one beside her. Regarding the feelings between men and women, her husband was actually a blockhead. However, Sun Yijia wouldn't complain that he didn't know how to be romantic. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. It was better and more realistic to have a flaw. She couldn't be more satisfied with this husband. The arrival of the two people naturally broke the atmosphere between Jing Wan and Li Hongyuan. Luo Jingbua always felt that his future brother-in-law's gaze was a bit cold, but Sun Yijia directly ignored it. It was still too early for him to get divorced, but he was already seducing his sister-in-law in front of them. Did he really think that they were blind? How could he not take her family seriously? Even if he was a noble, he couldn't do it. Luo Peishan was quite happy about their appearance. As for why, he himself could not explain it clearly. He felt that the atmosphere just now was too strange. He even felt that his presence as an old man was unnecessary. If he continued to stay, he would be struck by lightning. Now that there were two more people, that feeling disappeared, so she could focus on making tea again. Being disturbed, Li Hongyuan was not very angry. He said a few words to Luo Peishan and said a few words about his tea art. It was obviously a very ordinary meaning, but when it came from Li Hongyuan's mouth, it seemed to be very pleasant to hear. Didn't you see that he was a little strange before? Now he was happy and happy. Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan in surprise. She knew a little bit about Li Hongyuan's temperament. He was someone who didn't even hold back when he talked back to Luqing Emperor. Unexpectedly, he was able to say something like a compliment. Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Under normal circumstances, if he really wanted to please someone, there was basically no one he couldn't get. Jingwan couldn't help but laugh. All right, someone was doing this because of her. She was grateful for that. If a married woman's mother's family and her husband's family were not on good terms, she would definitely be very uncomfortable if she was caught in the middle. For example, her sister-in-law Sun Yijia. In fact, she was not bad. After all, her family did not embarrass her. If they were angry with her because of her mother's relationship with her, or even hated her, then her life would be very difficult. So, Jingwan said thank you to him with her lips. Li Hongyuan smiled, but with a little bad intention. It was impossible to send him away with a thank you. Jingwan secretly rolled her eyes in her heart. It was too tasteless to ask her for a reward like this. It didn't matter whether he was tasteless or not. It was more important to get benefits. After drinking a new, kind of wild tea, the taste was mellow. After tasting it carefully, it was a little bitter, but then it became sweet. It lasted for a long time. It was really good. However, because Sun Yijia was pregnant, it was a pity that she couldn't taste it. When she could drink it, the tea leaves were so little that the residue couldn't be seen. Grandfather, why don't you give the child a name? Jingwan said. This tea was picked by Prince. It's more appropriate for Prince to name it. Yuan Wan. Li Hongyuan blurted out. The others were still thinking about what it meant. It sounded strange. Jingwan couldn't help blushing. She glared at Li Hongyuan. Prince, what nonsense are you talking about? Well, there was no need to ask. They already knew what it meant, but they pretended not to understand. Li Hongyuan laughed unscrupulously. Otherwise, Yuan Wan is fine too. Your Highness, putting her name before his meant that he was prepared to let the rumors and slanders drown her. No, it probably wouldn't be just rumors. Those who were similar to the moralists would also come out to attack her and criticize her until she was black and blue. Even the emperor would reprimand her. All right, pretend I didn't say anything. So he let it go. However, he didn't mention naming the tea leaves again. Before he finished his cup of tea, Madame Luo brought some people to bring over a lot of tea and snacks. Li Hongyuan didn't eat much before he came out. Now that he was hungry and had an appetite, he ate a lot. Prince, did you not eat lunch? Under normal circumstances, no one would eat snacks as food. After all, these things were very common at their level, not to mention the things used by Li Hongyuan, who was better off than his father. I don't have an appetite, so I didn't eat much. Li Hongyuan glanced at Jingwan. He had personally experienced the so-called feast for the eyes. Probably because his gaze was too obvious, Jingwan unconsciously blushed and looked away. If so, this subject's wife will ask the kitchen to prepare some food for Prince. Madame Luo suggested calmly. Just make a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Li Hongyuan didn't refuse. Please wait a moment, Prince. Madame Luo turned around and ordered. The servant left in a hurry. We have a cook who is very good at cooking noodles. He brought it over from Qian Prefecture. Jingwan smiled. Oh, then this prince will have to taste it. Jingwan nodded. Prince might like it. You'll know after you try it. It wasn't made by his wife. Of course, Li Hongyuan wouldn't say it must be delicious without tasting it. Girl, you need to practice your culinary skills properly, old Madame Luo said meaningfully from the side. Jingwan looked at her grandmother, speechlessly. How could she expose her shortcomings like this? Besides, her culinary skills were not good, and it was all because of her grandmother's indulgence. She said that a lady from a respectable family did not need to learn these things. Regardless of whether it was before or after marriage, there would always be a chef. She only needed to know how to make some dishes. When the time came for her to cook at her husband's house, she could just watch from the side and say a few words. That would be considered as cooking personally. But now, she said that she needed to practice properly. Jingwan probably only felt a little embarrassed that her shortcomings were exposed, but Li Hongyuan understood that these words were actually meant for him. There are 10 to 20 chefs in the prince's estate who are good at everything. If not, you can go to the palace and ask Imperial Father for a chef. There's no need for Princess to cook personally. Jingwan is so delicate. The kitchen is messy. What if she gets hurt? So, Madame Luo doesn't need to ask too much of Jingwan when it comes to cooking. It's the same for female workers. It'll hurt your eyes and hands. Then, Prince, please bear with it in the future. Madame Luo said with a satisfied expression. Even the dullest person would know what Madame Luo meant by exposing her shortcomings. Besides, Jingwan was never a dullard. She was clearly telling Li Hongyuan that if he wanted her to cook, he shouldn't even think about it. Fortunately, a certain someone was tactful. If he had said something unpleasant, it would have been awkward. However, this kind of thing could be said in private. How could he say it in front of her? Speaking of which, it seemed that no daughter of a family would personally entertain her fiancé, so they were all in the privileged class. If he wanted to see her, her family naturally wouldn't dare to stop him. People who didn't play by the rules were really annoying. But they didn't know that this matter was actually mutual love and not someone's coercion. I'll go see if the noodles are ready. Jingwan stood up a little anxiously. She didn't wait for them to respond and directly left unruly. However, she was the apple of everyone's eye, so no one cared about her. Seeing Jingwan leave, Sun Yijiao also stood up and excused herself. Originally, she only came out to greet Jingwan, but because of Jingwan's presence, she stayed a little longer. However, not long after the two of them left, a servant came to say that Prince Rui had sent someone over. Should they see him? The masters of the Luo family all looked at Li Hongyuan. Logically speaking, this was the Luo family's matter, so it wasn't Li Hongyuan's place to interfere. However, that person had a subtle relationship with this person. The Luo family was also tired of Prince Rui. In fact, they wanted to use this Overlord's hand to reject him. Call him in. This prince will take care of everything. The person who took away his beautiful cabbage, naturally, he didn't have a good expression. However, this person was really good at doing things. Prince Rui sent a mama. Without a doubt, it should be related to the inner compound. This mama wasn't someone else. She happened to be the one who received Luo Jingying from the Luo family last time, the one who was highly regarded by Li Hongming. Lu Mama probably didn't expect that Prince Jean would also be here and hurriedly paid her respects. Facing other people, even if it was noble consort Su, she could still calmly deal with them. However, facing Li Hanyuan, she was a little fearful and could only strive to be calm. What did Li Hongming ask you to come to the Luo family for? Li Hanyuan directly called his elder brother by his name. It could be seen that he wasn't the least bit polite. Replying to Wang Ye, Master, let this servant come to report the good news. Luo family's Shijie Ying is pregnant. Shijie? Li Hanyuan was silent for a moment. Ben Wang remembered correctly. It should be 1 month, and she's already pregnant? Why else would it be said that Shijie Ying is a blessed one? Although it's still early in the pregnancy, it's not far from 10. At that time, Jing Wan and the others suspected that Luo Jingying was pregnant on the first time. Everyone else was the same. Therefore, everyone knew what was going on. It's just that Li Hongming was too impatient, even if he had to wait for another 10 days to half a month. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.